welcome to Channel WSA with questions on the VETIS, question and answers really on the VETIS Commercial Cookery National Championships for WorldSkills Australia at Brisbane in 2025. It's a really exciting time. We've got 16 fantastic VETIS competitors selected from all sorts of regions and states, territories in Australia that competed for a final in the national championships this year. So there's 16 competitors joining us. We'll have 3 days of competition. We start with a brunch menu. They'll be cooking 3 dishes for a brunch menu. The second day is a luncheon menu, and followed by the third day a dinner menu. So they've got different dishes, techniques, must-use food ingredients and different criteria to fulfill over the 3 days, and these are all have different marks accordingly to selecting the final gold, silver and bronze medalists. So it's a very exciting competition. It's great to see young people that are in year 12 in secondary school really showcasing their excellence in their skills. So I guess being the chief judge for VETIS Cookery this year, and luckily enough I've had that privilege of being a chief judge in previous VETIS cookery competitions in Melbourne and Sydney, and what I really value and what I really love to see is the enthusiasm and passion that young people bring into our industry. It's the same enthusiasm and passion that I've always felt about my industry, having been in the industry for a very, very long time. I first got in there as a young apprentice in the early 80s, and my love of food stemmed very from sort of dragging around with my mother's shopping trolley at the Queen Victoria markets, looking at all the fruit and veg and just getting really excited about the colours and products and seasonality and eating yummy stuff. And Mum would take me through the deli and someone would give me samples of small goods and cheeses, and I was just the smells and the excitement of the market. So I've always loved food. My parents were good cooks. They weren't in the industry, but I did get brought up with on farms in central Victoria and just always was very connected with produce. So that was a really good place for me to start. Sometimes I guess the young people say that they get interested in cooking because they've watched a lot of food TV, or YouTube, and that for me wasn't an option back in the day, but I think that would have been definitely inspiring me as well, because I love a good TV food competition. And I guess that influence of being brought up around food was generally, I'd always loved animals. I thought I'd do something with animals, but food just kept winning through. And so I left school before I completed high school to get an apprenticeship, which was quite easier to do in those days. And I just knew once I got into a kitchen, that fast-paced, exciting, noisy, really, it just grabbed me with both hands. And I just knew that I was always going to be a chef, and I was always going to love hospitality and have forever stayed in this trade. So it's one of those trades where you've got to take a balanced approach to it, because a lot of people will tell you your social life will be squashed, you'll be on your feet all hours of the night and day, that you won't have time for your sports and your passions and things like that. And to an extent, as a young person in the industry, that can certainly feel true. But we also see the great things about working with other people in a team environment that are all passionate about the same thing, that you tend to make new friends in your environment, and it's a fantastic way to travel and see a lot of other, kitchens and cuisines and the way things are done out in the industry in all sorts of places. I've had the experiences where I've been in ski resorts, on boats, cooking. I've worked in London and a few states in Australia, and different city, urban environments and country regional environments as well. And it is one of those careers that just can expand and take you anywhere. So that's the good part about it, and sometimes the bad part of it has to be outweighed by that great stuff. I guess to get started in our skill, one, you've got to have a love of cookery. I think that's really important. That love of food will see you through the hard times. And finishing off year 12 these days is a really great idea if you can, only because it just gives you that ability to go back after you finish school and apply your cooking skills. You might decide to get into nutrition or dietetics or whatever. You finish year 12, that's somewhat of a help. However, if you're the person who just loves to cook, you want to be out in the industry, you've had a little part-time job, or you've had something where you've had a little sniff of the industry, and you're really curious about getting out there, and you think that you're going to be suited to the industry, then I would dive in. I wouldn't be wasting time staying at school through year 11 and 12 if it wasn't for me. So I would definitely be like I did. I didn't finish year 12. Just dive in, get an apprenticeship. That's always a great way to join the industry, where you're a little bit more scaffolded about your career path, and you're going to get a lot of on-the-job training, as well as being at TAFE or a private RTO, where you're going to get your training kind of learning happening. And I think that even if you don't get a formal apprenticeship, just being around the industry and working in the industry is a really fantastic way to build up those lifelong learning skills. So not everyone is qualified in our industry. It does give us the ability to just go off to an RTO and do a Certificate 3 in commercial cookery. Don't have to be a trade pathway, but I think those sort of skills where you've got you're learning your practice, but you're applying the knowledge, those sort of applications to learning about the different units, different building blocks within a career path through to Certificate 3 in cookery are super important. So you can get that learning done at a different sort of schooling than just staying at secondary school. With the, I suppose, skills that I would apply in looking back and thinking about things that my first job and my first experiences, they were things I didn't want to learn about. So I did my work experience at the Alexander Home and Hospital for the Aged, and it was a huge amount of bulk food for old people that wasn't very interesting at all. So it was good because I did that work experience and I knew that wasn't the sort of chef I wanted to be. I wanted to do the fine dining, I wanted to work away overseas, and I wanted to experience different things. So, there are different programs for different sorts of chefs. You might specialise in pastry, you might specialise in fine dining, you might specialise in working on yachts or working in holiday resorts or working in the islands or whatever. And each specialisation brings different contexts of where you might want to work. But to start off, you need those basic building blocks. You need patience and time, and you need to be able to build up a good, solid background of skills that get you ready for specialisations. I was really lucky that I did that old-aged home experience because it led me to doing fine dining, and I worked in really great restaurants in Melbourne and Sydney and London and Perth and down in Margaret River in WA. So I was really happy to do things like that. And I think some of my favourite times in London, I was there in the 1980s, and I had the privilege of being able to cook in a restaurant that was quite attractive to the music scene. So we had people that would come in from bands, and two of my favourites in the world came in. So I got to meet David Bowie, I got to meet Mick Jagger, and cook them dinner and things like that. So that was really great for the experiences that you can, just fall into without sort of planning anything. It was great, and I loved my time in London. I stayed in London for a couple of years and really enjoyed started my really, sort of fine dining cooking career there. I had lots of mentors around me. I didn't have a lot of chef mentors. I had lots of my peers and my colleagues in industry that really helped out and looked after me. When I first went to London, I didn't know about the Northern Hemisphere fish that you could get, the sort of flat fish that weren't available in where I did my apprenticeship in Melbourne. So it was really interesting to talk to my colleagues about learning about these things when I didn't feel that I could ask my chef, because he would have expected me to know about those things. And of course, back in the day, it was very male-dominated trade, not so much these days, but there were heaps of really gruff, grumpy chefs that basically I was pretty frightened of, and I wasn't going to go and ask them about stuff. So I really depended on a lot of colleagues, and that's where you meet your peers and you make friends for life in industry, because we're all in it together. So it's really good fun in terms of having that, meeting colleagues and peers, and just having great mentors within your industry that you can expect to have that teamwork and help each other out. I had lots of opportunities that basically came from hard work, being in the right place at the right time and working really hard. And that's what our industry is about. It's not for those people that can kind of hide behind, other people to get the work done. The lion's share of the work is always going to be, on the team, and we need to really promote the teamwork aspect and the great fun it is to work in a great team in the restaurant kitchens. I guess over my career, what we've seen is a lot of technology come in. Over my career, definitely we've seen the rise of different machines that help our workload to be a lot easier, and that's some of the aspects of doing that still feed back to our basic skills and basic practices. So the technology helps, but we'll never be taken over by machines, I don't think. And the worthwhile kind of practices are still about nurturing people through the love of food, giving them something, making them something delicious to eat. But basically back to those skills, the skills for success that we all need are things like, before you get fancy into those fine dining things, you've got to get solid. You've got to have those basic foundation skills to excel in your field. And we'll see that in competition. We see those people who have practiced and trained really hard and practiced again and again, and they get good at what they're doing, and then they come into the championships and they really fly, and it's just wonderful to watch. So before you can get fancy, you've got to be solid skills behind you. You've got to stay hungry to learn. So we've got to be really interested and passionate about what we do to learn. So there's some of the things that I really encourage: curiosity, go down that rabbit hole, take a deep dive about that product or ingredient or technique or background, the historical origins of food, the cultural understandings of the food. It's just, we never stop learning. It's a tough job, but passion makes it worth it. And the lifelong learning, the people you meet, the mental toughness that you need, the physical challenge of different tasks that you need, learning about, cuisines, ingredients, techniques, it all makes it really worth it. Through networking and industry connections in our field, we also meet amazing people that obviously, different jobs can come about and come through. So networking is one of those things that you're meeting people at competition, you'll meet different competitors, you'll meet team leaders, you'll meet people that you haven't seen before at competition, and some of those exchanges you have, some of those, phone numbers you swap and texts you share and things like that. Through the joy of competing and the scary part of competing, you can also bring people together. So the networking opportunities are huge across the 3 days of WorldSkills, and I really love that. And even for me as a chief judge, the networking opportunities I have with my judges that come from all different TAFEs and private RTOs and industry is just phenomenal. So we're all swapping notes about how things are going in our industry, how kids are learning and students are learning, and how young competitors need support, and how the industry is doing that with apprenticeships and supporting the young people coming in industry, how we can improve on those skills that they need to learn and keep people in industry. The retention rate in hospitality is not always great, so how do we keep people passionate? They're really big questions. I love that part of networking in order to help solve that, and making kind of good working relationships amongst other lecturers and amongst other industry people as well. I guess with competition, we also look at a lot of trends, so we'll be learning from our competitors. We'll see things that we haven't seen before. We might see techniques that we can take back to our classes and our learning and apply them, and we'll see different things that work and we'll see things that don't work so well, and that's always really important, that we grow from learning those about those aspects. Even as a competitor, you'll see something you might ask another competitor to look at and be able to work out and be able to learn from what they've done, good and bad. So that visual appeal of a dish, the presentation aspects of a dish, the techniques, all those sort of things, we all learn just looking at a dish, let alone tasting the yumminess of it. And I guess one piece of advice I give to anyone about thinking about this skill is that it is a lifelong learning opportunity. It takes you places. It drives the passion that you have for industry, and it doesn't have to be staying as a cook for years. But even if we look at someone, that you might aspire to, they've done the hard yards first. You don't wake up with chef stamped on your forehead. You don't dream of being a good cook and then wake up and you are a good cook. You have to work at it. So that's one piece of advice. I'd always give something about the skill. Don't get discouraged in the early days. It's something that needs practice, and it's like learning a piano. You don't wake up having learnt the piano in one session. It's something you repeat time and time again to get good at. But it's that mental toughness of keeping going and learning that I always kind of say, don't give up, and you will get better at things. Your knife skills will improve. Being able to, sort of multi-skill will improve. Your techniques of cookery will improve if you keep at it. So don't give up too early. And I guess we would really encourage apprenticeships, getting mentored, being in industry, having an apprenticeship at a great place where you really enjoy working with a team would be brilliant. It's just a brilliant way to start if you're ready for a trade pathway down that way. And if not, jump in and ask someone for some work experience. Go and work in the kitchen and just buddy up and follow someone around for a few hours over service. Go and be a passive observer and just ask the chef, can I come and watch how the kitchen works? You will find out fairly quickly if it's just in your blood, and you just, like me, when I first walked into a kitchen, I knew I belonged, and I knew that this was going to be the most exciting career journey that I could possibly do, and don't regret it for a minute. Jump in, and if you don't like it, that's good. It's good to have that knowledge that, this is not for me, because the last thing you want to be doing is kind of stuck in a trade or a career pathway that doesn't suit you. So why do that to yourself? So I like to think that everyone needs to eat. Everyone needs to deserve something that's nutritional and delicious. Our chefs in the industry all contribute to that, whether you're working in a childcare centre, whether you're working in a school canteen, whether you're working in industry at a fine diner or a hotel, you're working on a boat, you're working on a cruise liner, you're doing work in a sports administration field, you're feeding people on a film set, you're doing aged home food, you're working in a hospital and making sure those people that are sick are getting something nutritious. So everyone can contribute to being a cook. It's an amazing journey. Really think that, you can just have a lifelong learning experience. And thanks for listening on Channel WSA, WorldSkills Australia.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Apprenticeships work for hands-on people like you. People who enjoy rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. For all of us who are keen to get involved and work hard. And for anyone who wants to learn a trade they can rely on for life. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today. Because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
So my name is Claire Russell and I am the Chief Judge for the VETIS Food and Beverage Competition. So I am so happy to be here on Queensland soil. I am from Toowoomba myself originally. So to be able to be here and see everything that is happening here in the competition is fantastic. I grew up in Toowoomba, which is only about an hour and a half from here. And my first experiences in the hospitality industry were, of course, in a much smaller town where we were limited to a lot of different styles of venues and hospitality areas. So I then moved across to WA, where I then continued working into restaurants and cafes, hotels, and eventually joined the teaching team at South Metropolitan TAFE as a lecturer and head of programs as well. So here I am at the moment as Chief Judge for the VETIS competition, which is, like I said, very exciting. So the VETIS Food and Beverage competition is a little bit of a starter or introductory for our hospitality students that are just starting out. Most of them are still at school, year 11, year 12, and just starting to get those first jobs in cafes and restaurants and learning the basic skills of plate carrying, making beverages, mocktails, coffee, and generally working on their communication skills. So over the 3 days of competition, we have actually, for the first time, increased a lot of the skills that you're going to be watching as well. So in the past, a lot of our VETIS competition has been quite simple and the basic introductory skills. This year, what you will see is a big link between our VETIS competition and also our open competition. So we're really encouraging our VETIS competitors to push themselves as far as they can possibly go in terms of training, learning, and bringing those skills and seeing where they go as a person as well. So throughout the competition, day one, they do a brunch where they will do basically a breakfast service and make a smoothie and tea and coffee service. Day two, a little bit more of an increase in the skills. So the competitors actually get to show us their creative side. So one of the main things that they do on day two is to prepare a mocktail of their choice. And this year, we have given them the challenge of doing a themed mocktail, which was to reflect the venue, which of course is Brisbane or Queensland. So if you're wandering around on day two, come and have a look at what the VETIS competitors have actually created. What we're hoping to see is maybe the big banana, maybe we've got the Thunderbolt from Dreamworld, we might have Surface Paradise. We just don't know what they're going to bring, but we are really excited for them to have worked with their trainers and their mentors to look at balancing flavours, looking at how they can decorate, garnish, and actually put a little bit of personality into what they display today. Then, of course, they have a lunch service. It's a 2-course lunch, which is cooked by our VETIS cookery competitors as well. So it's really also important that we work with another competition, which is the VETIS cookery. So everything that is cooked by those competitors is actually served by the VETIS food and beverage competitors to our guests. So the teamwork that is displayed between the cookery competitors and food and beverage competitors is also a part of our judging criteria, where they actually have to show effective communication skills, make sure that they've got all of the dietary information that would be relevant. And day 3 of our competition is our formal dinner. So if you happen to be here on day 3 on Sunday, what you'll see is our students are setting up a demonstration table, highlighting the skills of napkin folds. Once again, it's going to show their creativity, looking at timing, looking at their workflow, ability to sort of work within the time constraints, and also work with a product that they haven't worked with before. The formal lunch concludes with a coffee service this afternoon, and throughout the service we're really looking at communication skills apart from, as well as really focusing on their food and beverage skills. But communication is the key thing that we are looking for. One of the most exciting things that myself and our judging team get to witness throughout the VETIS competition is the growth of our competitors. For many of our competitors, it's really the first big trip away from home. They might never have been on a plane away from mum and dad, and they've come here with their team, they've come here representing their school and their state, and no matter whether they come first, they come last, what they get out of this is a whole new group of friends, friends for life, that they've shared this experience, and the confidence to say, you know what, I did it. They're training for 12 months for this competition. They've been selected from their regional state competitions to be part of the nationals, be part of their state team. So they come along, they learn what other students from other schools, different states are actually doing. And it's really inspiring to us as judges, but also to the other competitors of, you know what, I can do that better, or I really like what they're doing. I can do that too. And they take those skills back with them to their classroom, to their workplace, and slowly that passing the baton happens naturally because they're seeing something, they're doing something, and they're passing that passion on as well. And that is the biggest kick that we get out of the VETIS competition, is just seeing that growth, enjoyment, and the I've done it moments. So how I started off in this industry was working in a small restaurant. It was a restaurant that was actually attached to a motel and also to a restaurant as well. So we had several different styles of service, and I initially felt very underprepared. I didn't know a lot of different food varieties. I certainly didn't know that there was different styles of service, from a la carte, table d'hote, function style, silver service. All of those things were completely foreign to me. And I had the most amazing mentors that worked with me in those first formative years in the industry that took me under their wing. They believed in me, and before I knew it, I was comfortably sort of starting to train staff myself and really enjoying what I did. It was very early on in my first jobs that I understood that it wasn't just a job, that it was something else for me. It was something that I really enjoyed, seeing customers walking in the door and they were there for dinner. And you could see sometimes that customers really thought it was just going for dinner, nothing more than that. And that really set a challenge for me to go, you know what, I really want them to enjoy this. So to be able to turn that dinner into an experience was always going to be my goal. So it was remembering the small things of, what their favourite wine was, approaching them at the appropriate times and saying, can I offer you anything else? Are you enjoying your meals? And engaging with them in a way that by the end, they really appreciated the fact that it was an experience, and it wasn't just about the food that they had eaten. It was about the way that they were feeling when they walked out of the door. I knew that was my doing, and that really gave me a sense of pride and achievement that I could make that difference. And I know for a lot of people that don't work in the industry may not understand that, but it is really the difference between just having a job and actually having a passion as well and really enjoying what you do every single day. I did at times think about getting out of the hospitality industry. You do get used to, well, you never really get used to, but you get so many comments of people saying, so what are you really going to do with your life? Are you studying while you're working at a cafe? Are you doing something else while you're working at a restaurant? What else do you want to do? And so I did think about that and thought, do I really need to do something else? Do I have to find a career? And I did work in other places and sort of went back to casual work in the hospitality industry, but I could never quite give it up. So there was a point where I told myself, and then quite proudly told everyone else, this is my job, this is my career. I love what I do. I don't find it as a job. I find it rewarding to be able to come in every day, work with my friends, challenge myself in ways that I didn't think I would be challenged. And it's not just clearing plates and serving food, serving beverages. There are ways that you can challenge yourself every day and take those steps forward, whether it be working your way into supervisory, into management, where you're very quickly going to learn about budgeting and stock control and training staff and recruitment, rostering. There are so many opportunities that can be opened to you if you're willing to put yourself out there and also sometimes do some further training to open those doors for you. As I started out in the industry working, before I did any training or formal training in hospitality, I do regret not doing some TAFE courses early on or some formal training. Obviously, later on, before I started working at TAFE, I did formalise all of my industry knowledge and turn that into qualifications. But I think if I had started probably the other way around and balancing a little bit of casual work and formal training at the same time, I may not have picked up some of the bad habits that come from industry at times as well, and understood a little bit more about why I did things. So I was always very good at making coffee and making cocktails, but I didn't have the background knowledge to be able to understand why I heated milk to a certain temperature, why I tipped my jug at certain points to stretch the milk. That was the knowledge that was lacking from my just industry-based training. So I do believe it's really important that, all people working in the industry do have both aspects of, hands-on skill training, but also the knowledge and the behind the scenes, the knowledge essentially to actually be able to join those puzzle pieces of going, that's why it works better when I do this, or this is why my coffee tastes better if I do it in this method as well. So it is really important that we formalise training as much as we possibly can. So a lot of our VETIS competitors have completed or are currently completing a certificate 2 in hospitality as well. And that is really the introductory qualification into our industry, which gives everyone a basic understanding of food and beverage service, communication skills, which are probably the most vital of all the skills and things that we probably struggle the most to teach in a classroom environment, because it is something you have to experience yourself and be willing to, take your eyes off your mobile phone, put your head up and actually communicate face-to-face verbally with people when required as well. If there was something that I wanted to do with hands-on learning, I would recommend really sort of getting into that customer service, food safety, management. Hands-on training is really where I focus my skills on, learning by doing it. So whether it was working behind the bar, in a restaurant, eventually managing a team, really helped me understand the challenges of the job in a real-world setting. Classes and courses that really helped me were leadership, communication, understanding effectively to lead and communicate a team. And that's really hard for our younger competitors coming through and our younger generation in our industry. But the more that we can get in there, apply communication in our work, self-manage and interact with customers, the stronger and more confident that we are going to get that as well. So the things that we are looking at from our VETIS competitors today, if you're fortunate enough to be standing over and watching their competition at present, the things that the judging team are looking for today, so their table settings, we're looking at their tablecloths and how they are lined on the table. We're looking at cutlery placement, cutlery polished, is it the correct cutlery that's on the table to reflect the menu? We're looking at the glassware. Has it been polished? Has it been placed correctly? Is it the correct glassware? We're looking at the way that the competitors' tables, their waiter stations, are actually presented as well. So a lot of hospitality is all about first impressions. So is it neat? Does it make sense? Do they have everything they need? Do they have anything they don't need that should have been put away? We're looking at the way that our competitors are interacting with their guests. Are they warm? Are they smiling? Their body language, their stance, the way they interact. Are they, checking that their customers are okay? Are they explaining the menu? Do they have the menu knowledge to explain that to our guests? We're looking at the way that they carry their plates. So do they have fingers or thumbs on the plates? That for us is a hygiene issue. Their uniform, are they well presented? When they're carrying drinks to the table, are they using the correct technique for a drink tray? Are they able to place the glasses on the table without spillage? When they're preparing coffee, we're looking at taste, temperature, and use of the machine. So when they're making coffee, we're looking to make sure that they use the machine safely and hygienically. We're also looking to make sure that they have enough knowledge to be able to make a cappuccino or a flat white or a latte or whatever it is that the customer chooses from the menu for that particular day, and also then be able to make it to what we call industry standard. So that means correctly presented, the correct ratio of milk and coffee, and also presented in the correct glassware or vessel that would be required for that particular coffee. We're looking at the way that our competitors clear the tables between courses as well. So there is a method that they must use, and that's, not stacking our plates like you would at your local cafe or restaurant. They're making sure that they clear it using the correct 3-plate carrying technique as well. We're looking for flair from our competitors. So who's got that little extra something? If you're looking at our competitors right now, is there someone that stands out? Is there someone that just looks a little bit more confident in what they're doing than the rest of their team? Do we have someone that is making that the experience that I talked about earlier as well, or is it just going through the motions? So these are all the things that the judging team are looking for. It's not sometimes just the skills and the knowledge, but it's also the way to execute them. So we hope that you are enjoying watching our VETIS food and beverage competition and seeing the stars of our future in our industry.
To all the competitors this year at WorldSkills, remember to embrace the opportunity. It's not just about competing and showcasing your skills, but about learning from each other, building connections and challenging yourself. My advice for young people would be, if you're thinking about taking up a trade, go for it. There are so many opportunities and pathways for you. Don't let any stereotypes deter you. You get to build real things, work with a great team and see your projects come to fruition, which is really rewarding.
So important.
The National Championships and Skills Show is so important because not only does it show how valuable our tradespeople are, but it also inspires our future generations to want to take up a trade. It's a real showcase of the skills and mindset that tradespeople have. It also helps shift the mindset around what a successful career can look like. To all the visitors and school groups at the show today, I would say be open-minded, ask questions, get around it, support each other and cheer each other on. If you're interested in a career in construction, I would say follow your passion and just give it a go. You'll be amazed at what you can achieve if you apply yourself. Woo!
What excites us most about being part of the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships and Skills Show is the chance to celebrate the incredible talent and passion that drives our industry forward. It's also an opportunity to connect with future tradespeople and to share what McNab's all about, which is supporting young people to challenge themselves and to be their best. Events like this bring energy, inspiration and pride to the trades, which is something we're proud to be a part of. At this year's WorldSkills, we're excited to have one of our own apprentices competing in the carpentry category, a great reflection of the talent we're developing here at McNab. We'll also be on site with an interactive exhibit offering insights into the construction industry. People can chat with our team and learn more about our apprenticeship, cadetship and pathways programs, and it's a fantastic opportunity for people to connect with us and explore what a career in construction with McNab could look like. Events like the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships are so important for Australia's future workforce. They highlight the high level of skill and precision needed to succeed in a trade and give apprentices a chance to test themselves in a competitive environment. It's also an opportunity to inspire, educate and engage the next generation, showing what's possible and why a career in the trades is something to be really proud of. Our partnership with WorldSkills aligns perfectly with our core values of care, passion and growth. These events celebrate the same things that we stand for, which is supporting people to grow and doing what they love with purpose and passion. It's about building skills, diversity, confidence and a stronger, more capable workforce for our industry and Australia.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Taking on an apprentice works for everyone. They get to learn from your experience and skills. You get to train someone to do the job the way it should be done. They benefit from hands-on training in a real workplace. You can access grants and incentives that benefit your business. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
So at Bestech, what we are passionate about is to support the next generation of workforce in Australia. So this is a really good platform for us to be able to showcase our cutting edge technology. For example, the 710B test board for students to be able to do the competition on. And also we can, that's a really good time for us to engage with the next generation from without any distance, and we can talk to them for the future. WSA is one of the skills sponsors here. So apart from being a sponsor, we're really happy to have the opportunity to provide the event with our 710B electrical test boards for the competition. Also, in the dedicated area that we have got here, we will have some other equipment here for like hydraulic, electrical, and possibly automotive. So attendees can come browse to see what is the new technology, and we are here to engage with them to learn more about the new products. We believe that the event like 2025 National Championships is really good event to bridge the gap between education and industry. What these type of events can do is to help with the apprentices to see what is the technology, what is the future for them, and they can observe with talking with some experts in the area. They can talk and they can spend some time with some new technology and new equipment, and they can be prepared for the future.
My name's Josh. I'm the Chief Judge of Electrical Control. Over the next 3 days, the competitors will be building a control panel to simulate a conveyor type system with motor control and safety functions, and they'll be installing all the field components to go with that, and it'll be operational at the end of the third day. When I was about 10, I had a Dick Smith electronics kit, and I think from there my interest just grew in the industry. When I was in year 11 at school, I done an electrical TAFE course and a automotive TAFE course and a hospitality TAFE course. And between those three, I enjoyed the electrical the most, and that's what pushed me towards starting the electrical. Didn't have an exact moment where I thought, yes, this is what I want to do. Quite often though, I'll just think like, yeah, I'm enjoying this job still. Still the best thing ever. Sometimes I think about doing something different. I did think about being a heavy diesel mechanic for a while. Then that just went away again. I just changed what part of the electrical industry I was in, which gave me a whole new refreshment on the career. I didn't really have any challenges when I first got into my career. I was really lucky. I had my dad's workplace, the electrician that worked there, they offered me a job when they heard that I was looking at potentially doing something, and then from there they were excellent with everything that I've done. They taught me so much in the 10 years I worked for them. I think qualities that help me succeed are a higher attention to detail and always proactive and energetic about doing my work. To get started with being an electrician, I had to do a Cert 3 in electrotechnology at the TAFE for 3.5 years. and as well as I'd done the VETIS course at school before that, which gave me a good insight of what I was getting into. And on top of that, like, that basically covers everything you need to get into the electrical industry and being in there. And then from there, there's thousands of courses you can do to go into different fields. There's endless opportunities of where you can go. Without the hands-on as being part of TAFE, it'd make the job quite difficult to comprehend. If I can't imagine doing electrical at uni and then just being able to go out into the field and just being able to do it, it just would not be possible. You'd need to do everything hands-on while you're learning to fully learn the job. The things that helped me the most on the job to learn things was mainly the tradesmen I was working with. They'd show me how to do things and correct and perfect what I was doing. If I could go back and learn more, I would probably do an industrial engineering course. I think that would have really helped my role as the industrial side of things that I work in. Just that bit of extra knowledge that I didn't learn at TAFE, because the TAFE course is based on all aspects of electrical, whereas I'm working in a specialist field. If someone was looking to get into the field, something that could help them land a job would be just getting the general workplace tickets that might be required, like your first aid and white card, and depending on what industry, maybe a working at heights ticket or a elevated work platform. The first job I done in the field was a mixture of all sorts of work. For the first 6 months of my career, I was basically just doing fibre optic work, doing new installs at the school. It was back in 2010 during the building education reform that the government had. It provided a lot of work in that sense. And then apart from that, it was just a lot of work at a local flour mill, doing all sorts of work from motor control to testing of appliances and the power distribution, and other things like fixing lights and installing power points. There's no individual big moments in my career that stand out to me. There's been a lot of changes as I changed my career path, which they've all been good changes as I go along. I had mentors just as my tradesman during my apprenticeship that definitely helped out. One mentor that's helped out since TAFE and continuing on to now for the last 15 years is my old head teacher at the TAFE. He still keeps in regular contact with me and chats to me about things, even asking me for my advice on things. One point that was unexpected to a degree, which definitely changed my career and the way I thought about my job and everything, is my TAFE teacher, when I was in the third year of TAFE, asked me to do a regional competition for WorldSkills in the mechatronics trade. It was something I've never really done before, so I learnt how to program a PLC and do pneumatic system and electrical sensors, and we just had to write a PLC program to control a small pneumatic system that was basically like a little sorting device. And from there, I went to the national competition, and myself and my teammate won that. And then we went on a scholarship that we got through WorldSkills. I went over to the UK for a 2-week course, and then I stayed there for 6 months working. And since then, it's provided a lot of opportunities for me to get contacts in the field and new experiences. My first job role was based on commercial and industrial type installations, so doing new installations in office fit-outs and maintenance of the type, and then there was working in the fast food manufacturing and like rock quarries and all different stuff like that. Then my next job that I took on 10 years later was working on power lines, so constructing new power lines and doing connections to new transformers and houses and stuff like that. And then I moved on to working in a niche field, working in water and wastewater management, so for the electrical control and automation of those industries. And I'm now just recently started my own business and working my way back through the industrial field. What I like most about my work is the variety of what I can do. There's basically an endless supply of work that, like, you can, depending on what type of field you're in, you can do just about anything. You can be involved in any other industry as well, obviously in the electrical aspect, but you can be involved in the plumbing side of the electrical side of the plumbing. That's terrible. Some of the top tricks and tips and tricks that you probably need to get along in this field is a good attention to detail and a calm approach to situations. I developed these skills. Well, the attention to detail, I've always had a high attention to detail, but I learnt that you can't rush through things. You need to take your time and just approach things with a level head. Definitely when I was doing a lot of fault finding, you can rush, but then you're going to miss something or you'll stuff something up and you won't work it out for another half an hour until you've found another fault. And just taking things slow. And some of the top tips and tricks that you probably have for being in this field is a good attention to detail and a good calm approach to your work. Rushing through your work is never good. I always find that when I've got a fault I need to fix for someone, if you go into it calmly, you'll have a more level head and you'll have a better approach to the job and get it done better. I guess I developed these skills through on the job. The attention to detail I always had all my life. Just with the fault finding and staying calm, I learnt that you can't just rush into things and you just need to be calm. Even if someone's on your back, something needs to be fixed quite quickly. It's not going to make a difference by rushing. You just need to keep your head in it and stay focused. Most of my skills I had to learn on the job as I was going, because I was in the industrial field. Most of the stuff we learn at TAFE is the basics of electrical. It's the same with any field. Like, you learn the basics at TAFE and you learn the key items to your job in the field. There was a few things I had to learn on my own. Quite often, if I was setting up a new instrument or device, you'd be reading the manual and working out how it works before you install it. Or if I'm fault finding, I'd sometimes say I was fixing a machinery for someone in a food factory. You'd have to learn how they use the machine before I could fix the machine to understand how the machine works. Some of the skills that beginners miss out on when they first start are they don't get the chance to do other fields. They might be purely in a residential field or purely in a commercial field, and they don't learn what other section of the fields are out there. So it's always good to, if you've got the opportunity, to get out and learn more of what's out there and broaden your mindset. Some advice for someone that wanted to succeed in the field is definitely to be open to opportunities that arise, or even seeking opportunities. Networking has helped out a lot with the field, in my field, from just like suppliers and reps, introducing new materials and products that we can use, through to helping with fault finding different products, and then working with other trades, even other electricians on the same job can learn different things, and they can put you onto new customers and jobs and stuff like that. There's plenty of events and groups that you can connect with in the field. I'm part of one called NECA, which is a National Electrical Communications Association. There's the Master Electricians, and then if you're a union member, there's plenty of union groups out there. As well as I use a lot of Facebook groups for electrical contractors, and also use a Reddit group for connecting with others. For making friends and building good work relationships during your work, I think just being honest and truthful with your work and with everyone gets you further. A great deal more than anything else in the world. With making friends and building good work relationships in the field, I think just being honest with people and being truthful about everything is probably just the best thing out there. Like, someone's going to pick up if you're not being honest, and then it's not being good for your work relationship. For someone who's still starting out in the field, or beginners, one thing, I guess, you should be focusing on the basics, not jumping into a new trend in the field. You need to get those basic hand skills and the basic knowledge of the industry. You need to learn that well before you can just jump into something else, because everything is based off the basics in the field. Since I first started with my apprenticeship, the goals have changed a bit. I think when I first started, I was happy just doing installation work and all that kind of just hands-on stuff. And then as I progressed, I moved into a management role for 3 years, which was a good change at the time for me. And now I've moved on from that, and I'm now running my own business, and I'm just building on that. And I guess for the next step in my career is working out what direction I want to take my business and keep growing with it. I hope people will remember the quality of my work that I do. It's probably the main thing, is I put a lot of pride into my work and a lot of effort to do things the right way and at the best quality I can do. I hope that that's remembered in years to come when someone looks at something I've done, or if someone is talking about it.
Well, our vision is to elevate and enhance the reputation of industry careers. So we couldn't be more excited about the partnership with WorldSkills. Our focus is on technically talented young people, finding their fit and loving what they do. So the alignment between both of our organisations is absolutely perfect. One of our company values is to contribute authentically. We recognise that every person brings with them a unique set of skills, experience and talents. WorldSkills aligns with this at its core. We passionately believe in parity of esteem between vocational and academic success, and we believe that education has a part to play in state productivity in terms of ensuring that workforce development and a pipeline of technically talented young people into apprenticeships and traineeships is met. We do this day in, day out. We are industry-led and deliver industry education to help develop young people to be work-ready. We recognise that teenagers and apprentices don't work well and don't learn well with 1 day a week, and that's why at the industry school, our model is that our young people, our school-based apprentices, do 7 consecutive weeks out in work placement or on their apprenticeship every quarter. At the industry school, we think big and go boldly. We're champions of industry and we're champions of young people. We love what we do and we're incredibly passionate about it. We're not afraid to have fun and work hard. We're deliberately different. My last piece of advice would be don't wait, get going. At the industry school, we have unmatched partnerships with industry, and our young people, years 10 through 12, get a head start in their industry right from the beginning. So please reach out if you want to learn more about what we do.
Hello everybody, my name's Carol Costa and I am a fashion judge for fashion technology. Over the next 3 days, competitors will be completing fashion tech drawings. They will be pattern making these from the drawings. Then they will also be doing the construction of these garments. Now the competitors, it will be a ballot draw, and it's going to be either symmetrical or asymmetrical gathers or pleats. Now these competitors will be making garments. They will have approximately 15 and a half hours to complete this whole competition. They are given fabric, a certain amount of fabric. They will be given 2 colours, 2 colourways, and then they will have to design, to pattern make and complete these garments, and they will all be on a dress stand at the end of competition, which is day 3, which will be Saturday. These competitors, they're only of a very young age. Obviously, they're only between 19 and, say, 21. I take my hat off to them because they have dedicated a lot of hours and a lot of blood, sweat and tears, probably a lot of tears, to get to this competition, and I wish them all the very best. And I know whatever happens, wherever they come, they all will be doing their various colleges, unis, very, very proud, and I'm very, very proud to be associated with these with this competition. I work for TAFE Queensland Brisbane Fashion Department at the Mancravat campus. I have been employed with TAFE Queensland for approximately 35 years. I'm very, very passionate about my trade, my skill. What made me interested in this career in the first place? Well, from a very, very young age, I just started making dresses for my Barbie doll, and it all started from there. My mother had a old treadle Singer sewing machine, and that's what I learnt to sew on, and practiced and practiced and practiced. I really, from a very, very young age, I knew that's what I wanted to do, and that is my passion, and I'm more than happy to follow that for as long as I can. I have never thought about doing anything else, really, because fashion construction is my passion. Challenges? I don't think I really had any challenges. I have worked in industry for 18 years, so I am industry trained, and that's giving away my age now. But anyway, I'm very proud to say that I do work for TAFE Queensland Fashion. What qualities help you succeed? I'd like to say that being loyal, being dedicated, and have a passion for fashion. I know that sounds corny, but having a passion for what you do. I always say that if you love what you do what you love, well, you've never worked a day in your life. My training, after I left school, I actually worked in industry, where I started on the hand finishing table, where I lasted 1 day, and then I was put on a machine, sample machinist, and then I was production supervisor. The day I left work, I cried all the way there. My husband drove me. I cried all the way there because I didn't want to leave, but I didn't have a choice because I was pregnant with my first child. However, that's how it all started. School, well, mainly I did training on the job. So I have got a diploma of fashion. I have done evening classes, which is always open to people if they want to, refine their skills or whatever. We've got millinery, we've got machinist skills, sewing, advanced sewing, etc. If I could go back, I wouldn't change a thing. New things happen in industry all the time. I know there's new technology. However, I can still assure you that sewing machines still sew. You might press a few more buttons, but however, you're still doing the same work in construction. I don't really think a robot's going to take over. Career journey, well, I can just say that I've done a lot of sewing in about 50 years. I put a lot of zips in. I have made costumes for RAQ Fashion Award opening. I have made many formal dresses for grade 12 students, plus many more other garments. I actually helped make most of the swimwear for the opening of the Commonwealth Games when we had it here in 2000 and something or other. I'm very proud to say that I am number 44 for a life member for WorldSkills, which I am very proud of. I am a state winner of a Lifetime Achievement Award for TAFE Queensland, and I'm very proud to say that I'm also a TAFE legend. I have a TAFE Legend Award as well, and none of this would have happened without support from my workplace, from all my directors, etc. And doesn't come easy, but if you have a passion and you work hard, great things happen. And that's what's happened to me. What I love most about my work is teaching is what I love, and watching students follow their dream and to succeed. I get great satisfaction out of seeing when they first come to when they actually graduate, and it just gives me great pride to think that I have added something to their lives. I have made a lot of friends over the past umpteen years. I still have contact with a lot of those. I've been overseas with some. I've made their wedding dress. I've made their children's christening gowns. They're still in contact with me, and that makes me really proud. Passion and hard work, dedication, and that's what it takes to achieve your goals. The only thing, you need to make sure that you communicate, you need to make sure that you listen and you take advice, and no advice is too small, and without practice, and you have that right mindset, you will always achieve if you follow your passion. Someone once said to me, success does not come to you. You want it, you work for it. And that's basically how it works. If you want success, you go for it, and if you want something badly enough, you will always achieve it. WorldSkills is a great networking team. It is great to see these people who volunteer their time over and over. I have been with WorldSkills since about 2002, and you see the same faces. They all dedicate their time all for one purpose, and that's to help these young people succeed. Always ask questions, listen, get involved with various fashion parades, various industries, etc. Have industry visits, industry release. We have an alumni, keep in contact with the alumni. We have ISP, which is industry evenings, ethical clothing workshops. There's just so much out there that you can get involved with. We have got Brisbane Fashion Festival coming up in August. There's just so much out there that you just, if you want it, you'll find it. At our fashion department at Mankravat campus, we have fantastic facilities for our students. We have computer programs, Chloe, which is like 3D, where they can dress their body, dress the bodies on the computer and just see their their designs come to life. We have state-of-the-art equipment, beautiful machinery. We've got laser cutter, we've got fabric printer, we've got fantastic space for our students. We've got leather machines. You name it, we have it. I think we're very, very lucky at Mankravat campus, Fashion Mankravat with TAFE. Definitely focus obviously on the trends. Construction methods really don't change. Pattern making really doesn't change. Always experiment with different methods, etc. There's always new ways of doing things, but at the end of the day, construction really stays the same and pattern making really stays the same.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Apprenticeships work for hands-on people like you. People who enjoy rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. For all of us who are keen to get involved and work hard. And for anyone who wants to learn a trade they can rely on for life. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today. Because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
Excellence. Is it measured in likes, bottom lines, or the impact we make around us? The things we build, the students we inspire,
teaching me so.
the care we give.
Baby girl.
At CQ University, we recognise all kinds of excellence. We combine contemporary courses with more choices and real support to empower you to create the success that means more to you. Be with CQU.
G'day, I'm Michael Blash, the Chief Judge for the skill of landscape construction. Over the next 3 days of the competition, our competitors will be building a garden of approximately 24 square metres, which will be used to test the apprentices' skills in workmanship, workflow, efficiencies on the job site, their eye for detail, their sense of aesthetics, while maintaining a good working relationship with each other, as it is a team skill. And being landscaping, they have to be across a number of trades, which is a great test of their adaptiveness, their versatility, whilst utilising and supporting each other's strengths and weaknesses. With a garden build consisting of paving, brick and block work, timber, plumbing, plants, plant knowledge, stonework, just to name a few of some of the required knowledge they need to be able to complete their garden. And with all things WorldSkills, the competitors will be building the same project, with the differences will come down to the aesthetic appeal of the garden and the quality of the workmanship. So that's our skill. And what got me interested in this career, I worked part-time while studying in a different field and enjoyed being outdoors, building and making outdoor spaces, make them look good and creating something new and different. So that's what got me interested in the first place. Once I started my business, I realised I needed an education. So that's what got me early. I got involved with TAFE, and the education played a huge part in broadening and cementing my knowledge within the trade and being able to offer realistic skills and knowledge to the clients. I came late, so I was just self-funded through TAFE. I was the boss and the apprentice, so I looked after myself and had arguments with myself as well. So that changed as I slowly built up my business as well. What I most like about the trade, I'm very much a plants person, and the plants is a world unto itself, and one that really can make or break a landscaping, and I find the plant knowledge for myself and for the clients is paramount. If you know your plants, you can really wow a landscape with it. There's, like I said, a broad range of skills needed. The only thing I probably would have liked to have done is welding for some reason, just being able to do some welding, but never been able to get a chance to do it. So still here, not being able to weld. But what's happening in our industry and how I keep track of it is through professional associations. I've got you keep a lot of industry contacts. As people I've known in the trade for 30 plus years, we still keep in contact. We still talk. We talking to the apprentices that I'm teaching as well, through their bosses and what their bosses are teaching them. We certainly keep abreast of it all, and through keeping in touch with other TAFEs, through WorldSkills as well, with a variety of teachers that you're meeting from across the country and from around the world, and then simple things like subscriptions, and there's still trade magazines, but there's also webinars, there's YouTube videos, there's TV shows, there's a whole range of various things which keeps you up to date within the industry. And if someone would really want to get into it, I see them as an apprentice. But if someone was asking for advice on how to get involved or started in the industry, I would say definitely go to TAFE, get the education, get the basic knowledge and learn from that and broaden your skills. TAFE will offer you an opening to the trade and give you some really good knowledge to start with. But then there's so many different areas, so many niches that are a possibility to get into. So it's just a matter of getting involved and doing the education. My first job within the field was really started out as garden maintenance. I was just maintaining people's backyards, front yards, looking after already established landscape gardens, and then I slowly got into the landscaping side of things, contained a garden maintenance side of things, but also started doing designing and the landscape of things as well. A highlight of my professional life while I was on the tools was moving to Denmark. Personal life led me to Denmark, and I was a landscape gardener over there for 6 years, and that had a real impact on me, going to a totally different country and working the way they work, and that changed the way I look at things, changed my work processes, and also very much broadened my repertoire of skills and knowledge, which to this day I still use. I left Denmark about 20 odd years ago, but after 6 years there, learning the language and really getting involved with it all, it's had a definite impact on me. There's no one person that really helped me, but when I did my education here in Canberra at TAFE, there was a little group of us. We got on really well, but each one of us within that group had various interests different to each other, and we had different ideas and different ways of looking at things. 20 plus years we've been contacting each other, talking to each other. We still keep in contact, and we use each other as a big brains trust. And that's one that has been a really core way of feeling myself comfortable within the industry. Most of us were self-employed, and being able to call on these friends for help or for various solutions to problems we may come across that we may not necessarily know a solution for, but they certainly do as well. So that's been one of the biggest things, is just having that core of friends, that little network of friends from way back from when I did my education initially. When I was working in Canberra after returning from overseas, I met a local TAFE teacher at an industry meeting. He introduced me to WorldSkills, and then he also got me involved in the teaching side of the landscaping, and from there I was doing a few casual classes. From there, from about 2010, I started teaching full-time, and so I went from being on the tools and employing people and doing all things gardening and landscaping to teaching it, which was really great because it was a challenge that I needed. I needed a bit of a break. I needed a change from, it was almost a routine I'd got myself into. I knew a lot of things. I still didn't know a lot of things, but I felt too comfortable being a landscaper. So teaching certainly gave me a good challenge, and still offers me a great challenge. So, and also the opportunities that it came up with it as well were becoming involved with WorldSkills and being able to operate within WorldSkills across the nation, across my state, and then internationally as well. It's been absolutely fantastic. And being the teacher as well, it's really good to be able to share what I've learned and bring in past experiences from around Australia and from overseas, and to see that see the students take that knowledge and then question it as well. It's great that they just sit there and listen at times, but it's also good that when they question you, or they might mention they do something differently with their boss or or their work, which is really good, because then that opens up a discussion about all the different ways seemingly simple task can be done in so many different ways, and then it gives them a change to grow and mature, and also see them turn into their idea of what a landscape gardener should be as well. So that's what I really find exciting with my job. And I call them landscape gardeners. Internationally, we're known as landscape gardeners because it's very heavily more dependent on the plants, and there's very much more of a push for the plants internationally than there is, say, in Australia, unfortunately. Plants still make or break a landscape garden, but in Australia there's a little bit more of an emphasis on the construction of it. Which you're still getting people who love the plants, but it's sort of almost outsourced or subcontracted to people who specialise in the plants rather than just being part of your everyday job. I think for me, education would be the basis, the beginning of all trades, really. You need that underpinning knowledge if you really want to be faithful to what you're going to do for a living. You need that education. The education will always only ever be a start, and then it's a matter of you going through and professionally developing your skills and your knowledge even more as you go deeper into your trade and you spend more years in there. And within landscape construction as well, there are just so many niches, whether you want to concentrate on decks and pergolas, concentrate on pavers, or you're only going to do jobs over $100,000. There's a lot of different avenues you can do within landscape construction, so there's always something for everyone. It makes for me, I would sort of say more camaraderie than competition, because with so many niches, there's so many opportunities for actually helping each other and working with each other, rather than working against each other. And I find from when I've travelled around the state here or my city, travelled around Australia or even internationally, there is just very much camaraderie amongst the landscapers about helping each other and sharing the knowledge, which is really good to see. A number of things can be used to develop your skills. You can be just listening to your bosses, listening to your colleagues, listening to the contractors who may be coming onto your site as well. Even your teachers, they might not be on the tools all that much, but there's still a lot of landscape teachers who are on the tools and have run their own businesses, and those ones are also worth listening to. All of these people are worth listening to. But one of the biggest things, if you do want to get involved in the landscape construction, like any trade really, is having some business skills. A short business course or doing an accounting courses would certainly help, but business courses and refining your business acumen would certainly help you be even more successful than just having a good design and a nicely completed garden. I learned basically the whole thing when I first started by myself. I was self-employed, I was going to TAFE, I had my little network of friends at TAFE, but really most of the time I was just finding out myself, studying and reading and just teaching myself along the way as I was going, and also listening to customers. Sometimes I've got some good knowledge, and being able to pick out the good knowledge from the bad knowledge and what's false and what they may think is right from what's actually a nice little kernel of knowledge. It's listening and being able to work it out for yourself. When the apprentices start, I think what they really need to do is to listen and to be patient. Don't go off like a bull in a china shop and think you can do it all straight away, but listen to what's being taught to you, listen to how the skills are being explained, watch the demonstrations, and then be patient in learning how to do it and doing it slowly and doing it properly. And I think the biggest thing to succeed within landscape would be, for me, I'm biased. I love my plants. I would definitely say learn to love your plants. Learn to love your plants. Learn the plant knowledge. Know what the different plants in different situations, different aspects of the garden will do. and that's going to be your biggest wow factor in building or designing your own gardens is going to be the plants. That's the stuff that's going to soften it all and that's what's going to grow into the landscape and really mature and make a landscape look pretty amazing. And networking with people, and it doesn't matter whether it's in expos or trade talks or you're going off on webinars or listening to YouTube, being able to meet the different people, listen to what they've got to say, and just go and do it. It's just a matter of going over there and being open to other people's ideas, whether they have some good ideas or not, and being able to once again juggle and take out the kernels of the good stuff is what it's all going to come down to. I keep active in the trade. I keep going to when I can from people I know in the industry. They come and invite me over to look at their latest garden. I keep active with the trade by doing display gardens as well for our local industry. We're slowly developing Floriade to have some landscape sections. We're not a Melbourne International Flower and Garden Show, but we do have landscape gardens, which the local industry we've built up now to 10 gardens, 11 gardens, and that's a great way of keeping in touch with people and also having 11 different companies there who are actually volunteering their time and seeing how they all operate and listening to their stories and experiences and seeing how they do things, but also being able to listen to the carpenters, the plumbers. They've all got things to do, and these are all trades that we all touch on as well within landscape. So being able to grow that network with everybody, it's really important. And things are always happening within landscape. I mean, it could be anything from the variety of natural stones which are available, the variety, the sizes, the colours available now. Stonework is becoming a huge part of the landscape garden. It also gives longevity to the garden. It's a lot more longer lasting in the landscape than, say, a timber structure. And plants are constantly being bred and developed and changed in their colours, in the way they grow. So there's always things to look out for in the garden, and walking through a nursery, talking to the people in the industry as well will keep us abreast of all of that. And same thing with the stones. There's just so many different colours, different forms, different shapes within the plants as well. So there's just something happening all the time. And just keep what's happening in there with the industry once again. I'm even watching a simple TV show, a gardening show. Old Costa comes to mind quickly, Gardening Australia. Those type of shows, Better Homes and Gardens, they've got a landscape section, and they're very popular shows, and it's amazing how quickly the general public will pick up on those, what they talk about in those shows, and expect you to be able to do it the next day for them as well. So really watching TV can be part of our job sometimes. It's great. And when we're learning that, it's about learning the basics. I think when the apprentices first come, they want to do everything, but still that underpinning, learning the basics first and then build on that, rather than just going right to the latest trend or straight to the most advanced thing they can think of. If they've got the underpinning knowledge, if they know the basics, then we can change it, we can improvise it, or we can improve it, or they can make it their own and totally do something differently. That's one of the beauties of landscape. Whatever people can think of and can be practically built, it can be put in somebody's backyard or in the urban landscape. It's pretty amazing little trade in that respect, because it is one of those wow factors. It is a trade where the finished product is very visible and actually gets used as well. The general public can actually get really involved and become interactive with the landscape, and that's something really good to see when people are starting to use your landscape and they're either walking in it, they're relaxing in it, they're playing through it, whatever it happens, just listening and seeing their reaction to how they react to the landscape that you've built. For people who want to get involved in it, it doesn't necessarily need to be. It's a hard trade. It can be hard on your body, but if you work, and this is something the apprentices seem hard to understand, work smarter, not harder, and being able to not go off at 100 miles an hour straight away, but working through it nice and steadily, and being smart with how you're working with it, and using what equipment, what machinery is available to you to make sure you can have longevity in the field. I was in the trade on the tools for 25 plus years with very little injury. I can still walk straight, I can still walk tall, and I've got all my limbs and all my fingers, so I must have done something right, which is really good. And I think if you're thinking of doing an apprenticeship, a lot of landscapers are more than willing to take on somebody as a bit of a trial for a week, for a month, whatever the person or whatever the landscaper can afford, and get a feel for the trade. See if it is actually something you want to do. Most of the time, it is people who want to be outside and they want to learn by doing. They don't want to sit down and just read books at a desk. They want to actually learn by using their hands, using their eyes, and being physical about their learning rather than just reading. And landscape, with a variety of different trades that we encompass, is certainly something that would satisfy a lot of people in that respect. And we're looking for someone who would be hardworking, who's going to be dedicated. And one of the biggest things is not necessarily having the best knowledge or the best skills in the trade, but when you're dealing with the domestic clients, the biggest thing about being successful in the trade, and this probably is true for a lot of trades, is actually being reliable. If you say you're going to turn up at a particular time, turn up at that time, and don't say, I'll be there sometime next week between 9 and 3. It's just about being reliable, communicating with people, and being honest with them, and making sure that you do let them know when there are changes, and when there are going to be, for some reason, there might be a change in the weather, which, people may still expect you to turn up, but just letting them know that you won't be makes a huge difference to the way your business is going to run and how successful you can be. Like I said, you don't need to be the best one, just need to be reliable. Biggest lessons I've learned so far would be definitely to keep active in mind and body, and continue being curious, and don't disregard anything, whether it's a piece of equipment, piece of machinery, some knowledge, until you've looked at it and you've tested it yourself and see how you're going. So thanks for listening to WSA channel on landscape construction. I hope I've given you some good information. I hope I've inspired you enough to go out and become a landscaper, and we hope to see you at the next competition as a competitor. Thank you very much. I got started in landscaping part-time while studying a different field totally, and enjoyed being outdoors, building and making outdoor spaces, made them look good, and creating new areas for people. But there's no one person that really got me interested. It was just really an opportunity and a personal attraction to the trade. When I got involved in it full-time was later on in life. I was about 29. I'd returned from overseas and was looking for a job, and again, opportunity reared its head, and I started my own business, and it just felt right, knowing that I'd sort of come home in a way to doing something that I enjoyed and loved doing what I did. I've done many things in my life, but I kept coming back to landscape gardening, and 30 years plus, I'm still here doing it, and each time it's been slightly different, slightly changing, but at the moment I'm teaching. When I first started, I was totally green to the trade and felt insufficient in what I could offer people, so I went and studied. Firstly, I got my Parks and Garden certificate, then I got a production nursery certificate, then my landscape certificate, and I felt comfortable being able to offer a broad range of skills and knowledge to the clientele that I was servicing and the services that I could offer them. I fell in love with the variety of skills that landscape construction encompasses and that's needed for the job. And being able to be creative in designing someone's backyard, bringing their vague ideas to fruition, and doing this through hard work and dedication, and being honest and reliable also played a huge part in being able to be successful in the trade. Plus, there was a thirst for wanting to know more, and the trade is broad, and there's a lot of avenues for opportunity there.
I think one of the most exciting things about being involved with WorldSkills for Manufacturing Skills Queensland is the opportunity to connect young people and schools with careers in manufacturing. WorldSkills Australia provides a platform that brings together industry innovators, apprentices, trainees, young people, and industry. And Manufacturing Skills Queensland is excited to be part of the event. What you can expect from Manufacturing Skills Queensland over the course of the competition is to showcase some virtual reality experiences and to provide some really great advice around the careers that you can expect in the manufacturing industry. WorldSkills is a celebration, and it's a celebration of a range of industries. But excitingly for Manufacturing Skills Queensland, it's a celebration of excellence across the full spectrum of manufacturing, from design, manufacture and maintenance, time-old tradition and advanced manufacturing techniques. Well, as you might know, Manufacturing Skills Queensland is the host of the Queensland Government's Advanced Manufacturing Gateway to Industry Schools project. And what this means is we're able to deliver a range of different projects and programs to schools across Queensland. And what we can do with this event is bring schools in and show them how incredible careers in manufacturing are. Through the WorldSkills Australia competition, we feel as though we can make an impact by bringing more manufacturers into the fold, connecting the competition with manufacturers and improving and elevating the skills recognition of manufacturing.
My name is Vetrivel Chinnadurai. I work in RMIT University as a teacher. We teach in advanced mechanical diploma in mechanical engineering and associate degree. And as a part of our training, we do the additive manufacturing, is one of the courses to do this student to get to know how to model it, how to designing it, and then bring it up to the 3D printing like that. So the main advantages of this particular additive manufacturing, which we are doing in our course, everyone has got their own ideas and own thought, own designs. So visualizing them up, whatever the idea they got in their head, I want to visualize them up through the modeling. Once I'm modeling, I visualize myself, okay, now I want to make it as a component, a 3D, the real object, which I want to show to the people. So one of the best is additive manufacturing. See, for example, some of my students, they want to do Mars rovers or rocket or something in a component in the home. For example, you got a caravan in your house, right? And the caravan, you bought it, everything, you saw the corner, the small sharp edge, which is whenever you're passing through, cutting your head. Something I want to do. Okay, go back, open up the computer, do small 3D printing. Just whatever the shape you take, you pluck them up, that can cover up, no more sharp edges, anything. That you can do it in your home, bro. The printer machine is only $400, $500 printer. Anyone can do anything in the home. So that is the main concept here. You don't need to be so excellent in your technical skill now. Any common individual can do this kind of work. It's very simple and it is very easy. Well, now some of my students in the research, metal printing research, who started this one, they're so inspired. They've gone into the finished a bachelor, they've gone into PhD, and they're doing human body titanium printing. They're doing. Why they have my own student in the uni. Why I came here as a judge, here to inspire me. See, when especially the young kids school kids walking through, I pull them inside. Hey, you can do this job yourself. We don't need anyone. You can do it. Just how much costing? $400 or $500. Simple mechanism, simple modeling. You can do this one. So show them of the technology what we have in our hand, which is everyone can be used. So that's the idea behind. And then how consistency about our competition here. Number one, we clearly inform them what is our objectives. If I tell my objectives, hey, this is what you have to do, that's my objectives, this is a criteria, that is a element you perform it. So we make them, everyone is equal and they will follow the rules and regulations. We set it up. That means a clear communication, clear performance criteria and element. On top, we tell them what is our objective. So that's what we do. In my home, for example, when my wife was doing with the mixing machine, the part has been broken. We imported that machine through the Amazon somewhere from China. I can't go call China to get the small component. I looked at it myself, okay, I'd go home, just quickly draw it myself, did the 3D printing, fix them up. So this is your day-to-day, your daily activity. You want to do fishing rod? There's something you want, I got something to do, matching the fishing rod. You can do it, yeah. That is one of the beautiful of the technology here. So that is what, not only industry, your day-to-day life, whatever you want to do, your creativity, your thinking, your needs. What advice I can give to the people? Honestly, I'm telling you, every individual has got their own creativity. My idea, how to be a creative person, an innovative person. Okay? If you do want innovative, creative, first thing you have to visualize. That model and printing, I'm giving advice to the young kids. Hey, you look at these kids, they do the Formula 1 car or a rocket. I want to do small rocket. I want to see how it works. Model it, quickly print it. So one of the important things, what is the rewarding part of this one? The rewarding part is very simple. You think what I want. That is really I want, what my thinking, what I think other people they can't see. My thinking is different, but I have to show them. But how? Visualizing, printing them up, show them up. This particular modeling and 3D printing is a very good for every individual persons. You don't need to be an engineer, you don't need to be a trainee, a simple homework, creativity, thinking, hobby. Hobby is one of the best reward for this. How many people have got so many things they want to do? I was a part of Australia in international skills, which I do for WorldSkills in France. I went there. Honestly, I'm telling you how our people, so much technology we are behind, how people are in the world, they're doing like a Chinese and China or a Korean, how they do, all other part of the world. We learned so many things from this WorldSkills, which I got it myself and I've started implementing in my teaching schedule. So what we do, we don't create a separate course for this. We take whatever I learned from the international, I'm blending them up in a normal training. It's a normal course, just blending them up inside slowly. So bringing up the very higher level of our kids, from Australian kids, to know what is called reverse engineering, what is called additive manufacturing. You see, there is no hard one to learn. It's very simple. You can put your head, slowly go in, then you will go into something. Human body, you can build it up, man. Today, the technology we have, I just looking at you, how much bone is broken, okay, scan it and make it quickly. Put it in your body, titanium. That's what the technology we have made. What else we have? So we can do that one. So that's what I'm doing with my Australian people. Hey, come on, change your attitude. Look at this. There's no rocket science sitting here. A simple science. Have a look, you learn it, produce it, show them we are better than everyone. This is a belt to drive a bracket assembly. We put the motor here. This is a mini prototype. We put the belt, we put the motor here connecting whatever the ratio speed, we do put the connect motor and put the belt drive, we transfer. This is a miniature of bracket, belt drive bracket. So this is, we model it, each and every component individually modeled, assembled together. And if you wanted to show how it looks, so what I do, I just create the motion analysis. Have a look. So how the individual component put together, assemble it together. It's a small exploded view, motion study analysis, which we create them up here. So what the student will do, I will look at this guy, how he modeled. We given them of the drawing. The first things I look, okay, has he created everything, all this according to the model. So what I will do, I go up here, measure. We can see 158 millimeter. So we look at this, okay, he designed it according to the drawing or not. We check all the models as he modeled according to our drawing. And then another things, hole and all, we don't create them up. We use, is called a hole wizard. So when you go up here, as he used this hole wizard, this is the hole wizard, which you can do any tab or anything, thread, anything that you want to do, you can use this one. This is a shortcut and a very high-tech way. Quickly we can model this method. Some student, what they do first create the hole, cut and take it out, and then they do the chamfer after that. It's a two process. Rather than the good engineer, what they do, it's within a single process. If you open them up and edit, I'll have a look. As he done a single way of that doing it, and symmetric, all the chamfer, as he done it, all that shows as he does custom size. Okay, he did like this, and then we can check in a single value. Okay, he has done whole specification. That's very good. It's a single hit. He did like this, so we can do like that. So that's the way I assess every component. Once they finish, they have to create a 2D drawing, two-dimensional drawing. So when I look into this, I look into the title block. Has he filled it properly? As he in Australia, we use a third angle projection. This is a third angle projection symbol. As he placed them up, and what is the material? How much weight of that material? As he filled up properly here, he'll get a good mark. And then when he come up here, we look into this. Has he done all the enough dimensions, radius, and then the hole? As he using the hole collar, 4 millimeter, 4 hole, 8 millimeter hole, and what are the chamfer size, as he done like this. So these are all the one by one, we'll check every one. Okay, have a look at this particular drawing. As he laid out according to Australian standard, all this, the arrow and size should be, there is a standard says you must have this much, you must have that much. And then he has he done the whole, this center of the whole symbol, that the symbol as he placed them up or not. So these are all the individually, we'll assess them, we'll give you the mark. Okay, he has done this one, he has done that one. Once after that, he has done, and then you come up here, that's a 3D printing here. He's done all the 3D printing, we'll take it out. We will have a look at this surface finish. You can put a finger here. If you're a good printer, good setting it up, if you put my finger here, it's very soft and smooth. Same machine, same software. The setting up, the skill is for the competitor. How he is setting up in the software can produce two different component output. So this is the way how I mark it. The top one guy, whoever done a good job, clean, and then we take a measurement, we check all the measurement within the limits. So that's the way we do the marking. Every component we'll check individually. Once it's finalized, they have to assemble it together, put together, and the final product should be like this. Not exactly, this is only a sample. We shown them, it looked like this, but it is not exactly, because we changed the gear, all we changed the space. So it's similar to that, but it's not exactly. When you assembly, we'll do the checking. It should be like this. That's what it meant to be. So once the model has been assembled together, they submitted something like this. Then we'll assess it, and we'll say who is a best manufacturer here. And thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Zoran Savic. I'm one of the judges in the Industry 4.0 area. Look, my background is in industrial automation. I started off as an electrical engineer. I did electrical engineering many years ago when I was young, and then I started working in industrial automation. In particular in the CNC industry, integrating CNC machines in production processes for automotive, aerospace, medical applications, all around the world, not just very little in Australia at that time. So, then within that role, I was also given the task of training up engineers, new engineers who were coming into the company. I kind of liked training then. That sort of gave me a bit of a taste for it. And then I had an opportunity to move into the training area. I started working at RMIT University about 16 years ago. I've been involved with WorldSkills for about 10 years now. In particular, I started off with mechatronics, and here I am now in Industry 4.0. All right, so yeah, a lot of people don't know what Industry 4.0 is. All right, so a little bit about this. This is a model machine. It's a drilling station that's usually is integrated with a larger production system. But we're using that here as a bit of hardware that we need for the competitors to work on. Their role is to set up software applications to do monitoring of the various applications like maintenance, for example. If the machine has a breakdown, we don't want it just to stop. We'd actually like it now to send an email to the relevant person to say, hey, could you come and have a look at me? I've got a problem. And where this is going further is that the machine eventually will get to a point where it's going to order its own parts. We'll probably get a robot to replace those parts. We won't have people involved as much as it is now. So that level of autonomy is not there yet, but that's where this is all sort of definitely heading. So we just want to make sure that things run much more smoothly. There's no point in a machine being down and not producing, and that's costing the organisation money that owns the machine. We just want to make sure we increase the availability of that system. All right, so a little bit about this. This is a model machine. It's a drilling station that's usually is integrated with a larger production system. But we're using that here as a bit of hardware that we need for the competitors to work on. Their role is to set up software applications to do monitoring of the various applications like maintenance, for example. If the machine has a breakdown, we don't want it just to stop. We'd actually like it now to send an email to the relevant person to say, hey, could you come and have a look at me? I've got a problem. And where this is going further is that the machine eventually will get to a point where it's going to order its own parts. We'll probably get a robot to replace those parts. We won't have people involved as much as it is now. So that level of autonomy is not there yet, but that's where this is all sort of definitely heading. So we just want to make sure that things run much more smoothly. There's no point in a machine being down and not producing, and that's costing the organisation money that owns the machine. We just want to make sure we increase the availability of that system. So what we're judging the competitors on how they are setting up or integrating these various software applications to manage and monitor the machine. We have also a simulation of the machine, a real-time simulation. And yesterday, for example, the competitors were doing what's called digital shadowing. So when this was operating, the simulation was operating in synchronization with it. Now the simulation could have been completely off-site. Could be, some guy who's responsible for, maintaining this system. You can see how things are operating without actually being on-site at all. So we're judging the competitors by seeing how effectively they integrate and connect all the interfaces between the software applications. All right, so what we're seeing here is an application of digital shadowing. We have a software application here simulating the drilling station, the physical drilling station. And the physical drilling station is controlled and configured with a different software application. It's, there's a controller below here. I don't know if you guys can see that there. It's a Siemens controller. So this one runs in its own world, it runs in its own world, but they also get to share data and talk to each other. And when they run together, we get that synchronization. So I'll just run the system. And you can see there the drilling module moved both in the virtual and on the real application at the same time. Like, organisations, manufacturing organisations in particular, in many industry sectors, pharmaceuticals, food and beverages, metals, automotive, you name it, need people with their skills to take their organisation further in terms of optimising how things work and flow. The whole point there is to take out a lot of inefficiencies that are built into most systems.
Aside from being a sponsor, we're working with ASGA, which is the Australian Science and Graphic Association, to demonstrate some of the skills and activities that young people in our industry are involved in. One of the tasks that apprentices seem to love these days is, and have achieved this in past skills workshops, is vehicle wrapping. So we're hoping to work with Queensland TAFE together to wrap a vehicle and show them how to do that. This seems to be the one area that has captured the attention and excitement of most young people. Firstly, I think there's a lack of understanding of trade skills amongst many people. I think this actually starts in schools with career advisors and even parents. They're not really familiar with trade career pathways, and that even cuts across in signage and even broader manufacturing sector. I also think there's an outdated perception that choosing a trade and being an apprentice is not considered as professional or as good as taking out a degree, but actually having an apprenticeship, you're earning while you're learning, and it's an awesome way to look at things. Interestingly though, in the signage and graphics industry, it's so visible what we output, and it's like everywhere, it's so highly visible, but the people behind the scenes are not really understood and appreciated for the skills that they have. So the WorldSkills Championships and Skills Show, it makes these career pathways visible, and it shows these guys, girls and guys, that once they're attending the shows, there's so many things that you can do, and it's not just in our area, it's all the other trades. And so I'm hoping that this does support people in looking at this pathway, and also getting their parents to see it at the same time. Finally, it's important to know that pursuing a career in trades, be it in signage or even plumbing or other trades, means that some of the apprenticeships are subsidised by the government. So while you're earning your money, you're learning, and you're not having to have a HECSTED at the end. And actually with trades, you can take it around the world. You can advance yourself, not even just in Australia, you can live anywhere and make some money. And most of the members that in our association have made it to managing director in lots of different parts of their industry. There's a genuine lack of skilled tradespeople in our sector, which covers signage, graphics, printing, and the wider visual connections industry. The workforce is ageing, not just in our industry, but lots of industries, and the challenge is attracting the next generation. But that starts, we think, in the schools. I know there is discussion around skilled migration, but that isn't, I think, the full solution. We also need to attract more people locally. Visual Connections, aside from participating and sponsoring in WorldSkills, undertakes a number of activities for this industry. We promote careers to the sector. We attend the career and employment expos that are run throughout the country. We work with government, TAFEs and registered training organisations to impact on their materials. And we also invite secondary students to attend our trade shows. In fact, we have our Pack Print and Visual Impact Expo coming up in Sydney from the 20th to the 23rd of May. And we invite students and apprenticeships and their parents to visit and meet the successful businesses that are within this vibrant industry.
Hi everyone, I'm Karen O'Donnell. I'm the Chief Judge for Science and Graphics competition. Over the 3 days of the Science and Graphics competition, the competitors will be challenged on a variety of industry skills, such as computer design, vehicle wrapping, LED light box fabrication. As well as these skills, they will be tested on their time management and health safety practices. What made me interested in the career in the first place was during high school I was always asked what I wanted to do when I leave school. I always knew it would be something hands-on and creative, but didn't know what. So I started trying photography, interior design, then spray painting and panel beating. None of them were quite right fit, so it suggested to me to try signwriting. I had no idea what that was at the time, but I gave it a go and loved it from the first day of work experience. I wouldn't say that someone or something inspired me as such. It came from more of a career advice perspective from my spray painting teacher. I remember the moment when I first thought, yes, this is what I want to do. It was my first day of work experience. I I still wasn't really sure what the trade was all about, but I knew it ticked all the boxes for things I loved to do. I trialled a few different trades and jobs before signwriting, but as soon as I started the trade, I never thought of doing anything else. My biggest challenges at the beginning was being a 17-year-old girl straight out of high school joining a mainly male-dominated trade at the time and having to travel almost 5 hours every month to Wollongong by myself to do TAFE study. I had never really travelled much, let alone by myself to a city. It helped me grow up very quickly and taught me many life lessons. Qualities such as curiosity helped me because to succeed because signage is a trade that is forever evolving and there is no one way to do things. Creativity is also a huge factor because a very high percentage of the industry is being able to create something for someone from just an idea in their head. There was no initial education or training needed. It was just a matter of gaining an apprenticeship or enrolling into a training organisation that offered the course. School learning and hands-on learning helped to teach me skills such as teamwork, communication and problem-solving skills. Classes and courses that helped me would have been design and technology and TVET spray painting course during high school. It guided me towards the path of signwriting. If I could go back, I don't think there's any skills I wished to have learnt earlier. I believe everything worked out exactly how it was supposed to. Keeping up with new things in the industry has a lot to do with the engagement with different sales reps is a huge part, and our industry is also lucky enough to hold an annual trades show which is very inspiring to attend. If somebody wanted to get into the field, I would recommend education-wise trying creative subjects at school such as design and technology or graphic design. Outside of school, I would recommend science and graphics training course or seeking out apprenticeship. My first job was as an apprentice with a company called Kahn Signs when I was straight out of Year 12. The job taught me a lot of skills in the industry, gave me the opportunity to experience a TAFE course, and is also the reason why I started my WorldSkills journey. There have been many big moments in my career, but the biggest thing that has stood out for me would be my WorldSkills journey. From a competitor to a competition writer, judge, and now chief judge. I was also lucky enough to receive multiple awards over the years from both TAFE and industry. I've had many mentors over the years, from co-workers, TAFE teachers, and family. They helped guide me through many aspects of my job and the journey it has taken me on. From when I was a first-year apprentice to this day, I think Troy Everett has been one of my biggest mentors. He's always been there to push me forward and pull me back when needed, and I'll always be very grateful for that. My first regional WorldSkills competition was very unexpected to me. I showed up to my second block of TAFE and it had just been organised. It really helped shape me as an apprentice and really pushed me to strive for better things. I've worked at 3 different small businesses, one which moved me 5 hours from my hometown, from country to the city. I wanted to branch out and see what other opportunities were out there and have ended up back in my hometown at the end of it. The thing I like most about my work is that it's so versatile. The range of jobs is always different and every job always poses its own challenge. Some of the top tips and tricks I can recommend to excel in the field would to be creative and versatile, be able to work both on the computer and with your hands, as well as on tools and equipment. Also be willing to work in-house and on-site. To develop these skills, it took a lot of practice and guidance from colleagues at TAFE. I wouldn't say there is any specific skills used most. It's a matter of using the appropriate skills for the right job at hand. There are many important skills required in the industry, and I never really had to do any of it on my own. I always had some form of support, and I would say 80% of my learning was done on the job. Skills that I think beginners often miss when they first start out is designing for signage purposes. Design files need to be set up to suit sign function and production, which can be quite different to graphic design, which is sometimes often missed. Other advice I would give to succeed in the field would be to always be willing to learn new things and grow with the industry. Networking has helped me in my field. It's given an insight into how other people work within the industry and give a common ground for discussions and ability to assist each other, especially within small businesses. Advice I would give someone starting out with networking is to remain open-minded and always remember there is more than one correct way to do things. Events or groups in the field that people use to connect. The biggest one being Visual Impact Science Show that is held annually to showcase all different suppliers and new technologies, as well as demonstrate different skills in the industry. And there's also the Australian Science and Graphics Award, where businesses and individuals can enter their industry work. Tips for making friends or building good work relationships is again to be open-minded and take on board any tips or tricks anyone is willing to share with you. To keep in touch and grow network over time is to continue face-to-face or over-the-phone engagement and also attending industry events. Things that are new and exciting happening in the field right now. It's always evolving, but some standout ones are wrap films, LED and lighting technology, and a new thing our business has just got into, which is stainless steel etching. To stay updated on new things happening in the industry, I use things such as the regular visits from our suppliers, newsletters, and the Visual Impact magazine. I think beginners should definitely start with the basics and build up from there rather than jumping into new trends. There are many websites and videos online that can keep you up to date, but the best information I think comes from our industry suppliers directly. When new trends or technology comes up, to decide if they're worth learning, it's worth doing a lot of research and talking to people that have had experience with it before. One piece of advice I'd give to someone thinking about this skill is that there isn't just one set of skills required to be in the sign industry. It's a matter of giving it a go. Try a range of different skills it has to offer and work out what's best for you. Big misunderstandings within the sign fields that I have found is that people think it's easy and anybody can do it. Also that not all materials are made the same and they're not to the same quality and standard. Over the years, apprenticeships have slowed down in our industry as it's not compulsory. A lot of people just use on-the-job training. I think apprenticeships are still important though, as they do help start networking and teach you different skills that you might not learn in your particular workshop. I actually don't think there is anything that I wish I knew before I first started. I have enjoyed every minute of learning and building my skills from something that was completely unknown to me when I started. When looking for new people, I look for people that show initiative, have a good concept of time management and aren't scared of learning new things. The biggest lesson I've learnt so far is you will never continue to do a job the same way. There will always be new products, new techniques and new ways to do things. It constantly amazes me how continuously evolving the industry is. My goals have basically stayed the same for me from when I started. My biggest goal was to continue to evolve and learn new skills, which I'm still doing to this day in my workplace and through WorldSkills. Next for me in my career is I hope to become a business director and continue to assist WorldSkills with the industry and what the future has in store. I hope that people will remember me and my work, my dedication and for the industry from start to finish.
final.
Ensuring you have the information you need to plan for your future and providing steadfast support in times of need. We work in an exciting and dynamic sector, but you can be sure Visual Connections members have their fingers on the pulse of the industry. Whatever happens, you can be sure we'll be here to support your success today, tomorrow, and into the future. Visual Connections. Progressive, connected, inspired. Welcome to Visual Connections, your supplier association leading the way in supporting a sustainable future for the print, sign, display and graphics industries. We keep you in touch with the latest innovations and developments in our publications, websites and social channels, which reach more than 20,000 people across Australia and New Zealand. We provide important input into industry training and lead the way in recruiting new talent, increasing apprentice numbers and supporting the leaders of tomorrow. Our pack print, visual impact and label and packaging exhibitions provide you with the information, ideas and inspiration you need to plan for the future, backed by the global reach and deep market insights of our supplier members. As well as our own busy calendar of events, we collaborate closely with our colleagues in other industry associations and invest tens of thousands of dollars each year into worthwhile initiatives, from industry promotion to webinars, conferences and awards. Most importantly, we're there for you, providing connection through networking events, ensuring you have the information you need to plan for your future, and providing steadfast support in times of need. We work in an exciting and dynamic sector, but you can be sure Visual Connections members have their fingers on the pulse of the industry. Whatever happens, you can be sure we'll be here to support your success today, tomorrow, and into the future. Visual Connections. Progressive, connected, inspired.
Myself, Dr. Smita Jhajaria, and I have work experience more than 17 plus. I have worked in the industries. My background is program as a software engineer and AI developer. So as I have done my doctorate in artificial intelligence currently, right now, we are running the competition. I'm judging the competition for web design and development, which is global skill. So as you see, students are working on the different programming skill, and if we will see about the current industry requirement, so it's no more HTML and CSS, it's more than that. So they are going towards to web design framework, like they are using the React or Next.js or different sort of things. And they learn user experience, they are designing, they are working towards, like you can say, use case scenarios. So it's really amazing. So in these competitions, we are looking for their time management. It's really important. They are able to finish their task within the time frame. How they are using the web design framework efficiently, and their coding style, like their programming background, their a lot of things that we consider, because this is web design and development, so it involves a lot of skills. It's not only the one programming dedicated to Java or something. It involves with the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Node.js, and designing part as well, like they are using the UX and UI design for the layout. So different tools called Figma and XD. So they are using the different sort of. So we are judging, like if I will consider a lot of skills, a lot of ability. So we are judging on basis of that. So as web design is running after, you can say, 2 or 3 years. So it is after, it was not running earlier. So it was stopped. But now we can see definitely it is, as I told you, web design is the global skill. And it has a lot of, you can say, industry requirement. Like if you will see each industry, either it is hospitality, retail, or government, education to e-commerce, everyone has their own website, they have their own applications. So it is on demand and very, you can say, demanding a skill in the industry, especially in not even IT, everywhere, each and every industry. Like we are doing online shoppings from the websites. We are using e-commerce for every day. We are using, that's all about the web design and development. And now we are adding on the AI integration also. So on the websites they have like chatbot, AI chatbots, and different sort of. So in future we will improve and we will add these kind of skills also in the web design and development. So where they can do the integration, AI integration into the web design. It is very important to, like all students, they are coming from TAFE colleges, vocational educations, and in Australia, Department of Education, and our focus in the vocational education is skill. They have to upskill themselves, they can learn their skills, they can keep up with the industry requirement, trends. So whatever the current industry requirement and trends, that works accordingly. So they are learning with these skills, with this competition, they are learning what are the current industry requirements. So they are preparing themselves, and if they are somewhere, they are failing they are lagging behind, that is learning for them where they have to improve more and where the industry going forward. So these are the things that they have to always, keep learning and adding all the other aspects also in related to the web design and development and programming, you can say, application design into the integration. So this is really important. This is amazing field. Like if someone want to work in the industry, they can go to industry. Someone want to work as a freelance, they can work as a freelancer. Someone want to work and in a comfortable, they want to join the industry or work from home. Everything, there is a own possibility. They can open their own business where they are running, they are designing website for the clients. so they can start their own business. So this particular area is like how you want to build your career, it's up to you. If you don't want to work under someone in the industry, you can run your own business. You can work as a freelancer in your own time, and you can do, work in other area also, like AI is over there. And then in freelancing, you are designing the website, you are designing the things. And requirement is very huge globally. Like if someone is sitting in Australia, they are doing their business. Someone is from other country, they can get the client from outside the country also. They can design website for them. So it is not restricted to the on one country. It is global scale. They can be successful anywhere. If they want to move somewhere, okay, I want to visit that country. I want to experience, how other people work and what are the skills. They can easily move anywhere. The skills is required. They will be able to get the job in the industry, and their future will be secure, I would say. So as a competitor, definitely for them it's really good learning, and they will see, they will build their confidence, they will feel motivated. And I feel this is a national competition. Everyone is presenting their own state. They are already in the stars. They are already presenting. So for us, definitely, they all are doing good, and they are more confident. They know like they can do better in future, and their future is secure. Like I have seen people from the previous experience, those who have participated, their pathway to the career was really amazing. They got an industry job very quick. After they finished their qualification, they got the placements. So for competitors, it's really amazing opportunity, and they should participate. And as a judging, I am learning a lot of things from here, from each individual person they are judging, their styling. So there's a lot of learning. And if there is something where in the class delivery or in wherever in institute we are working, if something lacking behind, how we can improve. What are the things that students required more? Where we are missing in the training, skilling up them, so we can, focus on how we can skill up that one. So we can focus on the class delivery method, we can focus on the teaching method, like how we can improve, user-based examples, real-based case studies, and some industry collaboration project in the in education, in the classes, so they can get the exposure to work with the industry, and they can get more broad idea. So if someone is competing in the WorldSkills, so they feel confident and motivated. So definitely this is amazing platform, lot of learning, and the people around, everyone has their own experience, so from each individual it's the learning. Yeah, so it's really amazing experience.
Yeah, so I've actually been involved with WorldSkills since 2013, but I've actually been in the business industry probably for the last 30 years of my life. Like when I left school, the first thing I did was get a job in industry, business, junior clerk, and really have just worked my way up through the ranks from that perspective. So my current role is I actually manage a registered training organisation. The big connection I have is as part of my role, we actually have students that do training through us. And the big part of my role is I'm actually an employer. So it's great being able to have that connection between seeing the qualification side of things and then the implementation of the qualifications back into the workplace. This is my fourth time of actually being a judge. I think it's the competitors. It's just amazing to sort of see them come in on day one, all nervous, quite shy, and to see them leave on day 3 just with that extra amount of confidence. And it's really hard, I guess in one way, not to get addicted to that energy and enthusiasm that comes from them. Okay, so our skill area is obviously business. So it is about a day in the life of being somebody in the business environment. It's looking for people with initiative, with drive, with enthusiasm, and being able to sort of showcase their skills the best way that they can. So I guess combined, that's what we're really looking for. Someone that just has that initiative, can get down, do what needs to get done, and really just want to achieve and want to excel and do the best that they can do. So from a business side of things, we will generally start the day with what we'd call a safe work method statement, and that's no business work, no matter which area that you go into, you'll always have like a toolbox meeting. So we will start with that as a bit of a looking around, outside, up, down, what are some of the issues that they may encounter. The first part that they'll have is they'll have a pack that has a list of tasks that they need to do for the day, and part of that is to be able to organise yourself. So coming into work, it's like, as you do in a workplace, you'd sit down, well, what have I got on, trying to prioritise all of that. So that's generally the first part. Most of the skills that we would have would be what you'd expect somebody to be able to do in an office environment. So using Word, Excel, PowerPoint, researching information, and again, being able to put a lot of information together. So I can give you an example of one that we have been working through that has worked really well. So day one, with our open competition, we pretty much started the morning with a meeting. So we've brought them together. They're all admin people within the workplace, and we talked about sustainability. So some of the ideas that we would have in the business that we have this time being like a hotel, what might be some, they'd already done some research, but what might be some ideas that they would have for us to be a bit more sustainable. From there, the students the competitors had to then do some meeting minutes. They've then taken those meeting minutes and taken other ideas and then had to do a presentation, which they then have to provide back to ourselves as judges as being the leadership team. So as part of that presentation, that gets emailed to us on day one. We go through that as a judging team. We provide them feedback on their initial presentations. We sit down with them on day two. We go back through that feedback in a little bit more detail, and that's also then about, the feedback is not just about, fix this, fix this, fix this. It's also about, well, now you're going to have to present this on the next day. What are some hints and tips that we can provide them to actually be able to do some really good presentations and to be able to sell their ideas and concepts. So that's what they're doing on day three, where they're now having the opportunity to do their presentations. So along the way, that's one part. Along the other way, they'll do a lot of things with like Microsoft Excel, formulas, pivot tables, mail mergers. There's a whole heap of things that we would expect them to do in industry that we're actually getting them to do here as part of the competition. Our vet and schools this afternoon, they're doing artificial intelligence. Yeah, I think the presentation side of things is definitely really increasing. What we try and do is, prior to the competitions, what we try and do is we actually have a look to see, well, what are the trends out in the business world. So it's sort of about that professional development, that learning that goes with it as well. So like I said, artificial intelligence is a really good example where we know it's touching on, when do you and don't you use it. So we're sort of getting the competitors to sort of use that as a theme, and we're finding they're really enjoying that. We introduced another one around wellbeing, because we know wellbeing is a really big topic out there in any organisation. So they're also doing some work around, what does a pet-friendly workplace look like? So I'm not sure. I think the standard does always continue to improve, because I guess the more we do competitions, the more we're getting regional competitors, the more people know what needs to be done. But it's really, for us, I don't know, the standard is really good out there, so yeah. For me, this is about young people getting into the workforce. So I think to be able to have the opportunity to demonstrate your skills prepares them for the best that they can actually be when they're out there in the workplace. There's not one industry that does not need somebody with business skills. So somebody with business skills, it's everything from answering phones, customer service, ordering goods, doing pays, organising events, project managing. For this industry, I would highly recommend it. I think it almost should be mandatory that everybody has to have some form of business skills to be able to organise themselves, but organise within any industry. They're critical skills. We can't do without them. I think for the competitor, it's actually to see their confidence grow and develop. I see that when they're sort of on their own and they're potentially working in their states, they're just with maybe one or two other people, but here they're on display, they're on show with other equally, if not equally as good competitors as to what they are. So I think that it's the confidence, I think, is really important and really good thing from that side of things. as a judge, it's seeing them grow, seeing them change. I'm going to use an example as a judge, which is what makes me really proud to be part of this as a competition. So the last competition we had a business open, actually 2 competitions ago we had a business open competition, and we haven't had one since. We actually happen to have our business speaker is an ex-business open competition winner. One of the things I did get to do as a judge is I got to be part of a skills excellence forum where we got to do some one-on-one training and coaching with the open winners. The first thing the competitor actually came up to me on day one and said, Fran, I remember when you came and did that one-on-one coaching with me and we did pivot tables, and she said that pretty much ever since then she uses pivot tables on a weekly basis. And that to me says that everything we do here as a judge is really what we want to see come out of our students. You know, we have the industry knowledge and skills, we know what's current, we know what people are looking for, and it's amazing to see that, you know, from a judging perspective, when we write the packs or we're providing that support, they're also being able to take that and to be able to use it back out in their workplaces and their careers as well. That's what that comment really has made my whole week, and it just makes everything we do worthwhile.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Taking on an apprentice works for everyone. They get to learn from your experience and skills. You get to train someone to do the job the way it should be done. They benefit from hands-on training in a real workplace. You can access grants and incentives that benefit your business. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
range of projects is what I enjoy the most about working at McNab.
From housing, schools, high-rises to world-class industrial facilities, you name it, we do it.
At McNab, you've got so many career opportunities. Whatever progression you want to take, McNab will support you.
Other than working on great projects, you're privileged enough to work with great people that end up becoming great mates.
If you're thinking about taking a job with McNab, do it. You won't regret it.
MTA New South Wales supports all training across all specialisms. As a member organisation, non-for-profit, we excel in training young students across the whole of New South Wales and ACT and promote best practices within their businesses. It's important for MTA to be able to benchmark its products against all of its peers within the industry, make sure that our training products are future fit and best serve the industry as we see fit. It also is a great opportunity for school students, careers officers and parents basically to be able to see all trades within the in the industry to compete against each other. It gives them an opportunity to focus on which part of the industry they want to go to, whether it's hairdressing or whether it's automotive, construction. It's a great opportunity for all parties involved to have access to all of the options for their future careers. MTA is quite active in advocacy for training across the whole of New South Wales and the ACT. We have campaigns running currently at the moment called Drive Your Future, which is really aimed at parents, careers officers, schools, students, peers, to understand about what's involved in the automotive industry and the different sectors within that. Now, everybody probably looks at the automotive career as being a technician or a mechanic, but in essence the whole industry is wide, from salespeople, parts people, to painters, light vehicle, heavy vehicle, motorcycle. So it's a really wide career path that these people can take, and we're actively pushing and driving that message across the whole of those cohorts of people to make sure that they're aware that the industry is actively involved. Skills trades are important because they're a baseline of their future career. So certainly in the automotive trade, starting off as a light vehicle technician and working your way through to being a foreman, workshop controller, service manager, and even owning your own business at the end of that. It's important that people can see past just it being an apprenticeship and a trade that they're starting off with, and being a real future career path for them. And certainly entrepreneurship is important and keeps our industry flowing. From my classic example is I started off as an apprentice in a little seaside town in Wales in the UK, and pursued my career path and passion and ended up all over the world with a well-known brand, and travelled many times around the world with that brand, and ended up in Australia and ended up in New South Wales. And I'm now heading up the training organisation for MTA. So I think as far as a message to future apprentices out there and apprentices undertaking this this competition is that there's endless career paths for you. Partnerships with the WorldSkills for the MTA is really, really important, and especially for the industry. Often people just think of the automotive industry as being a technician, a mechanic, but really, in essence, we have lots of competitions within the automotive sector. So, for instance, we've got the light vehicle, the motorcycle, panel and paint, heavy vehicle, auto elect, so they get an opportunity to see that the industry is a lot broader than what many people perceive it to be. So in essence, it's a great opportunity for us to promote the automotive industry and the specialisms within that. I think it's important that the school students that are attending the event have an opportunity to talk to some of the competitors and some of the judges that are there. It's important that they get an opportunity to see all of the different trades that are available to them for their future career. Not only just the automotive trade, but all the other trades that are there, demonstrating their skills and abilities. It's important that they get the right career advice and make their career choice based off something that they can see themselves building a career and future business with.
Hi, my name's Jeff Morris. I'm the Chief Judge for the Motorcycle Mechanics section of WorldSkills Australia. Across the 3 days of competition in Brisbane in 2025, you're going to see some of the best young motorcycle mechanics take on some challenges here. Everything from electrical to mechanical, servicing, diagnostics and repair, showing everyone about how good they are, and they're going to test themselves against other competitors. We love putting the challenges in front of these young mechanics and helping them to find out maybe what their weak points are, what things they're really good at, and get them to enjoy their career as they move forward. I've been a mechanic now for way longer than I'd like to admit to. I started as a car mechanic, but prior to being a car mechanic, when I was school age, I had a love for motorcycles. I had my own motorcycles that I worked on, but when it came time to enter the workforce, I started working on cars in apprenticeship. Once I finished my car apprenticeship, I took on a lot of work in the motorcycle space, and I just love working with mechanical things. So I still do a lot of work with cars, I do a lot of work with motorcycles, and I also love my job as a TAFE teacher because I get to, live out my passion as part of my career. So I guess I've always been interested in those things. My dad loved cars and working on cars. We love watching motorcycles, so I guess for a career it was always going to be something that I wanted to do. An apprenticeship is a tough journey to take sometimes. You're doing a lot of learning. You're in a business as that person that's doing all the jobs maybe that someone else doesn't want to do. But what gets you through that is the ability to learn things as you go and gradually take on more and more roles and more complex roles and different roles and jobs. Cars and motorcycles have such a wide and varied level of complexity and different things that you can do. One day you're servicing a bike, the next day you're upgrading suspension for someone, the next day you might be building an engine for someone to go racing with. So it's really great for variety, and that variety of the jobs is being reflected in the challenges that we put in front of the apprentices and technicians that are taking on WorldSkills Nationals. So these competitors are either an apprentice or have finished their apprenticeship at their age. So you're going to go from school into an apprenticeship and spend 4 years doing that apprenticeship. So it's really good. Some of the apprentices that come into the motorcycle trade do a school-based apprenticeship. So for a couple of years they're at school and also at their workplace. So they come along and maybe do 3 or 4 days at school and then go to their workplace for a day, or a full-time apprentice just gets in and it's their job from the start. And it's really great because it's a career where you learn every day of your life, but you're also getting paid to learn. So it's a great career to get into, and you can diversify. As I said, I went from cars into motorbikes. We have people that go from motorbikes to cars, from maybe car industry to heavy vehicles or even mining equipment. So it gives you a really broad skill base, and then you can specialise, and those specialisations can change. You can be a specialist in one field and then decide that, I want to get into rebuilding engines or building performance engines, or maybe I want to become a suspension specialist. And there's all those options to do once you're inside the trade. So that's really cool. Our industry's always becoming new. Electrification's big in the car space, and we're just starting to see that in the motorcycle space. So those technological challenges come along all the time, and that inspires you and keeps you fresh and wanting to be part of the trade. So that's great. Things like WorldSkills are really good. I connect with people in my industry, I connect with other teachers, I connect with lots of mechanics that come along to see what's going on, and those relationships continue to grow, and that's one of the ways that I keep current with my industry. I'm not working on motorcycles all the time, so talking to people and visiting workshops and seeing apprentices and employers is a great way to keep up to date with what's going on in the industry. So when you start your apprenticeship, the end seems a long way off. If you start an apprenticeship at 16 or 17, another 4 years is sort of a quarter of your life. So it's really good to have mentors right from the start. So as an apprentice, you will have a mentor in your workshop. Generally, that's someone that sort of takes you under their wing, and they're looking after you and helping you learn and refine your skills in the trade. And that's something that really happens in WorldSkills as well, where we try to become mentors for the competitors to help to develop their skills and knowledge in that space. It's a role that I really love. I enjoy being a student and learning, and I believe I can learn from anyone. Everyone has knowledge that they can share, but I really do enjoy the role of mentor and teacher as well. So you get to see people that are really keen to learn, that want to excel at their trade, at their career, not just do it. They actually want to be really good, and they want to get out there and see what things they don't know and learn more things. So that goes for any career. You find what inspires you and then continue to find things within that can develop your skills, that can keep you interested. We spend so much of our lives at work, we might as well do something that inspires us and is really good. So that's a great thing about the trade that I'm in, and I network and I meet people that are like-minded. So you find people within your circle that want to help work with you and help you develop your skills, and you can also help them develop their skills. You know, the thing that you're a specialist in might be something that another person isn't so good at. So you get to share your knowledge. You become the mentor, but in return that person may teach you something that's really good. So that's one of the really good things about WorldSkills, is you build those relationships. To stay current in the industry can be a little bit of a challenge at times for our mechanics that work inside what we call our dealer network. So they're working for a manufacturer. They might work for KTM or they might work for Suzuki. Those organisations have good internal training where they're putting on courses relating to new models, to new technology. And my apprentices and the mechanics around that work in that space build their knowledge that way. So they get to hear directly from the manufacturers, from people who've been trained at the factory. Sometimes it's engineers that have designed a part of a motorcycle or a new bit of technology that's going into motorcycles, and you learn from them. If you're outside our dealer network or an independent, so you're fixing motorbikes and servicing motorbikes for people, but you don't actually have a brand that you're working with, the networking becomes lots more important, because you still have to gain that information that you need to know for working on new motorcycles. That maybe you've got a motorcycle that comes in before that you've never seen and you don't know about it. There's a system on that you might not understand. That's where your networks and the people that you talk to can help you, and also the foundational knowledge. So if you have a really strong core knowledge of how component X works, when they change it a little bit and component Y comes out, maybe it does the same job but it does it in a different way. If you can have that core knowledge and understanding, you can then nut it out, and that's a lot of what our trade is finding problems and finding solutions to problems, and using a phrase that I use in my teaching is using what you know to work out what you don't know. And if you've got that good core knowledge, then that can stand you in good stead for doing your diagnostics and doing troubleshooting on new systems that are out there that maybe you don't know about. The networking, again, that gets encouraged at WorldSkills. You can pick up the phone to someone, you can email someone and say, I've got this bike in, you know, have you seen this problem before, or have you seen this system before, can you help me out with it? You might then follow that learning journey. Someone else doesn't know about it. We live in a world of connectivity now. There are amazing things like YouTube channels out there where mechanics that love sharing their knowledge will put up some videos maybe explaining a particular concept or a component. And those are some of the things that you need to learn in the trade, that knowledge comes in all shapes and forms. You need to find out in that big wide world, where is that information? Because you're not always going to have it at your fingertips. You might need to dig a little bit and talk to some people, do some researching to find out how to do a particular job. So that is something that you really need to develop, especially in those formative years of an apprenticeship. Learn how you learn. So that is a really important thing for new people coming into the trade. So traditionally we had this grease monkey stereotype. If you wanted to become a mechanic, that was the person that wasn't so good at school, that just wanted to work with their hands. In this day and age, things have become very, very complex. I talk about our agricultural and our off-road motorbikes, our quad bikes and our dirt bikes that traditionally were very low tech. They ran a carburetor, there wasn't very many wires, if any, on them, and they were really simple and they were very mechanical to fix. We have now got entry-level dirt bikes that are fuel injected, that are running traction control. We've got electronic suspension, we've got electronic motorbikes. We look at Harley Davidsons that are very complex in the terms of their electrical systems. So gone are the days where you could idle along at school and maybe not have good language, literacy and numeracy skills for a variety of reasons and become a mechanic. Now the technical nature of those motorcycles means that you need to learn how you learn, and even if you've maybe got some learning difficulties, you find some ways around things. Because you can't get into the trade now and expect to get by because you're good with your hands. You really do need to use your brain a lot and use some of those resources I spoke about getting onto them and finding things. You don't flip through a workshop manual now that is paper. It is all online. None of those things are printed anymore. You need to go online and do that. When we look at computer programming and modules, there's a lot of technical information that you need to absorb before you can go in and program a module, which might be the fix of a problem. Instead of doing something mechanical to correct a fault with a bike, we might now be doing something electrical, and reloading software, for example, onto a motorcycle is something that you will do regularly, and that is a skill in itself and something that you need to learn about, and it's not a skill you can learn by doing hand skills. It's a skill that you learn by reading and going through the process and following manufacturers' instructions. So that is something that has changed in our trade over the years, that you really do need to have a good basis of our LLN skills, our language, literacy and numeracy skills, where you don't need to be someone that can write amazing essays, but you definitely need to have a good level of reading and reading comprehension. And although you're not necessarily doing, when we talk about numeracy, you're not doing math sums as a mechanic a lot of the time, but the mathematical thinking of your head is the way computer science works. So to understand what's going on inside a fuel injection system or an anti-lock braking system is a mathematical kind of thinking. So that's something that you do need to focus on through your schooling years, to go, okay, I don't want to be a mathematician, but I need to keep that little bit of my brain active because I do want to work on motorbikes, and that's really important to have that. So if you're someone that's looking at getting into the trade, it's great that it's your passion. If you love riding motorbikes, working on motorbikes, that's something that you can turn into a career, and it can be fun. So if you enjoy your work, you turn up at work happy, and it really is enjoyable. So I'm blessed. I was asked recently about what is my favourite thing about my job, and I was able to answer, I get to play with motorbikes. And then the second question was, what do you do outside of work that helps you relax? And my answer was still, I get to play with motorbikes. So if you have a passion, you can literally turn it into your career by becoming a motorcycle mechanic. And there are some really technical things that continue to keep you engaged, to keep you wanting to advance yourself and do different things. So each day is very different in the trade, and you might want to specialise, as I mentioned earlier. You spend a few years building engines for something or doing servicing, but then you might move sideways and find another section of our trade that you can enjoy and continue to be passionate about and enjoy turning up to work each day. And that's something that's really special in my career as a motorbike mechanic and also as a motorcycle teacher. So I'd love to see people come to WorldSkills to see our competitors take on these challenges, and whether it be motorcycle trade, or you might decide that you want to become a florist or a bricklayer, but our trades are amazing. Our young Australians are amazing with their skills and knowledge, and we really are world class in what we do here in Australia, and I'm glad to be part of the WorldSkills team that helps to develop these young people into amazing tradespeople. So here in the motorcycle mechanics competition, we try to do some challenges that touch on all the skill areas that the mechanics take on at work. So you'll see a number of different challenges happening at the same time as the competitors rotate through these tasks that take around about 2 hours. So one of the things they do is overhauling and setting up suspension. So in a motorcycle, it's quite different to a car, where the suspension needs to be different for a different rider, for their riding style, for how heavy they are, for the sort of riding they're doing. So one motorcycle might be racing motocross one day, enduro the next day, doing some flat track racing another day. And the way that you make that suit that rider is by adjusting the suspension. So we can adjust springs, we can adjust what we call the valving, which we talk about soft and hard. So how hard is that suspension for a really quick rider over some good track, or maybe we need to soften it up for someone who's riding a little bit slower or on some rough track. So the students are pulling apart some suspension. We're making sure they're following the right procedures, that they're measuring everything along the way, that they're able to determine what the current setup of that suspension is, and then talking through and then adjusting the suspension to suit a particular rider or circumstance, so that we can determine their understanding of how does that suspension work and how does it work under different circumstances. Then we need them to put that back together and then do the setup on the motorcycle with the judge to make sure that that motorcycle is set up, ready to go to the customer with all the base settings in it, so that if it was going out to a customer, they could go out and perform in their racing or riding and enjoy that ride they're doing. And that's something that's really important in the motorcycle space, because the motorcycle is really part of that person. It's such an integral part of someone when they're out riding and enjoying that. So that was the suspension challenge. The students will also take on a service task, which is one of the biggest service tasks we do. So thanks to Yamaha Australia, we have some FJR 1300 engines, and the students are doing a valve clearance adjustment, or some people might know that as a tappet adjustment. So at the top end of the engine, we have the camshafts that open the valves for the engine to let the air mixture into the engine, and then also the exhaust valves let the exhaust gases out after we've done our power stroke inside that engine. So the valve clearance is literally that. It's a clearance on our valve between the valve and the camshaft, and it's a very critical adjustment, but it's actually quite technical in nature, especially with these larger multi-cylinder engines like the FJR 1300 engine that we're giving these competitors today. So they'll go through, they've got to do measuring. So we're measuring things in 100th of a millimetre. So think about a millimetre, chop it into 100 little pieces, and that's the clearance that we're going down to. So the students need to determine the valve clearance to the nearest 100th of a millimetre. Some of them are incorrect. They've got to establish which ones are incorrect, and then they've got to correct them. So they actually have to dismantle a little bit of the engine to replace what we call a shim, which is a little piece of metal. Think about like a 10-cent piece, and the 10-cent piece comes in different thicknesses. So we put a thicker or thinner shim in to that valve to make sure that the clearance is correct, and then they have to put the engine back together. Now the trick with these engines is that when you put these engines back together, there's what we call the timing, which is making sure the rotation of the parts inside the engine is happening at the right time. Otherwise you can actually damage it, and to use a term, you can blow that engine up by putting it back together incorrectly. So there's quite a deal of precision and knowledge in that challenge. So that one's a really interesting one, which is basically a service operation, but it becomes a quite detailed repair when you need to do those adjustments. As with all our motorcycles and vehicles these days, there's a lot of electronics. So another one of our challenges is a diagnostic on a fuel injection system. So we've introduced some faults to a bike here, and the students have to go through. They're going to use a diagnostic computer to go and see what faults are. They're going to use things like multimeters and oscilloscopes to determine if sensors are working the way they are, if anything that can be adjusted in that system is adjusted correctly, and work out where the problem is that we've introduced to the bike. So they need to have a really good base understanding of how the engine works, how the electronics work. They need to then be able to look at all the information that's coming out data-wise, readings of temperature, readings of speed of things inside there, and the patterns that those sensors generate to find out where's the problem, where's the wrong information, or where is the information not getting to the computer.
Valvoline Global Operations is excited to sponsor the Transport and Logistics Cluster of the 2025 WorldSkills Australia National Championships and Skills Show. We know this sponsorship will support the talent, dedication and achievements of the many competitors, trainers and industry leaders involved. Valvoline Global recognises mechanics never stop learning and collaborating with WorldSkills Australia. We celebrate the mechanics who help ensure a better, safer tomorrow. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Hi, my name is Jason Shoemaker, and I'm one of the judges for restaurant services. I've been in the industry for over 30 years now. I actually started off as a chef, so I was a little bit different than maybe some other people that started off only in the front of house side. I actually started off in the kitchen, and I sort of did my apprenticeship course. Then when I finished my apprenticeship course, I pretty well much stopped cooking then, and then went to the other side, the restaurant management side. So I started working in bars and in the restaurants, and I kind of like had a sort of, you could say, passion to get back in the kitchen. But I just wanted to have a break, but then my passion then changed, and I really enjoyed my time in the front of house and working in the bars and working on the tables and working the floor and all that. And then as the months and the years went by, and I sort of went from restaurant waiter to team leader to supervisor, and within a couple of years, I was like a manager, and I decided to stay in the restaurant services side. And it's something that I really enjoy doing, and did a bit of traveling, and and as the years went by, and next thing you know, 30 years click up, and I'm still in the industry, and I'm loving it. I sort of have also done a broad range of things within the industry, which sort of has kept me excited and in the industry, along with traveling, working on islands, traveling around the country, all that sort of stuff. So I think it's such an exciting industry that, it's got so many elements to it that you don't feel like you're just doing a standard job 9 to 5. And, it's, every day can be different, and every career choice that you evolve into within the industry, is an exciting challenge. I sort of went straight from high school into my apprenticeship course, and so I sort of finished grade 12 and then went into my apprenticeship, and then sort of, from there, just sort of, continue down the path of, the hospitality journey. Sort of did my Cert 3s, did my Cert 4s, did a diploma, advanced diploma. Then I sort of did my workplace training and assessment to sort of be a trainer. So some of my qualifications did sort of move with the times and sort of stay current, and different positions, different challenges. For me, I did enjoy the training side of it a lot. I suppose if I look back on, a lot of my early years when I was getting started, I think some of the advice that I got from where I should be learning and, where I should be spending a lot of my time on, I think that's where I sort of went into my training ones, where I sort of doing some of those courses like train the trainer, conflict resolutions, all those sort of training courses I sort of did, so that, it would improve my managerial skills and, working not only with, engaging with customers, but also my fellow staff, and then having to obviously ultimately manage and supervise staff, which, when you're young, it's quite scary when you sort of start, training and mentoring, other people. So it was something that, I enjoyed doing, and then over time, I did evolve into, being a manager, food and beverage manager, and all that sort of stuff. So, my career journey, didn't just start and finish at one role. And I think one of the, great examples that, I had that from my industry was, I was a 26-year-old, and I'd just been started as a food and beverage manager on Fitzroy Island, north of Cairns. And then the company I was working for decided to sell the island, and the current manager of the island then resigned and took up another position, and then they offered me as food and beverage manager if I would take over operations of the island. So then all of a sudden I was a 26-year-old person, not only managing a food and beverage department on an island resort, I was also managing the whole island, which that was for about 6 to 9 months until the island was sold and taken over by the new companies. I think that's what sort of things can happen in our industry, where you sort of start off, maybe as a part-time job, but then all of a sudden you're a supervisor or manager, and someone resigns and you're acting in that role, and sort of next thing you know, you've got managerial experience and you get that role, and then you can sort of start applying for other jobs because you're a manager, and you can sort of travel with that. And I myself, travelled to New Zealand. I was with Accor Hotels for a little while, and I took up an opportunity to open up a new hotel, the food and beverage part of it, and the core property in Queenstown, New Zealand. And I sort of lived in New Zealand for a couple of years, working at an Accor property. Then through the beverage department. So, it is a skill that can, take you global, not only nationally. And I certainly took that opportunity when I was a young person to travel not only local but international. Over the last sort of, decade or so, my career has changed direction to more the teaching side and development side. So, I've been working at a TAFE, William Angus TAFE, where I've sort of been overseeing all the training facilities and working with all the students for over 10 years now, and that's sort of been an unbelievable journey, experience working with all the students. And I think it's a fantastic role, and I'm very lucky to have it, because I think every semester we have a brand new group of students coming through our facilities here at William Angus, and I get to spend time with all of them and working with them, mentoring them, and you could see them starting off where they can't do sort of, basic things, and they can't sort of carry 3 plates, and they're learning how to run a docket, all this sort of stuff. And then you sort of watch them over an 18-week period, evolve and learn and become very confident, restaurateurs and, in the bar and on the floor. It's extremely rewarding, watching students' career path and journey through their education. And, I know I've probably been with thousands of students over the last sort of 10, 15 years. And it's also multiple times where I've been out, with friends having dinner, and the waiter was a student, that I helped, and they'll go, thank God, Jason, you were one of my teachers and you helped me, and it was fantastic, and I took a lot out of that, and you sort of see the excitement on their face that they've sort of seen someone that helped them through their industry and get them started. So all those sort of things are incredibly rewarding, and it's something that I hear from other teachers that they've experienced, and it can sort of be a very highlight for them. I think that also then continues on to networking. I think you do build up. We're in an industry where it's everyone's across everyone, and everyone's worked everywhere, and everyone knows someone that's worked in the previous place. And I think I've had a few mentors over the years that have given me great opportunities with promotions and taking up roles that has given me the confidence and the ability to be able to expand my knowledge and my career trajectory. And I think attending a lot of trade shows, a lot of exhibitions, meeting regularly with a lot of different reps from different suppliers, different wineries, all this sort of stuff. And I think it's very important for everybody in our industry that's looking at the big picture and a journey through their whole career, that you stay engaged with the actual industry. And we're in an industry that trends can change quickly, and you have to be in front of the trends. We always try, where I am at William Angus, that our motto is we need to stay up or in front of industry, not behind industry. So we regularly visit different restaurants, different chefs, engage with them. What are you doing differently? What's your customer base wants? What type of training would you like us to have with your students, your waiters that are there, and your bar staff? What techniques would you like us to use? So I think it's very important that we do engage with industry, and we do sort of certainly try to do that. And I think it's very important to stay in contact with previous workers. And quite a few people always ask me, how do I maintain my mentors and my basis for communications? And I think key point for me is always to stay engaged through social media and other platforms with people I've worked with over the last sort of 20 years, because you'd be amazed at how many of those people are now winemaker at this place or food and beverage manager at this place. And then you can tap into their networks as well, and you do manage to stay current. It's easy to catch up with somebody from industry if you've got that relationship with them and you've continued that relationship over time, not just a phone call when you want something. So I try to make an effort to maintain communications with key stakeholders. And so that way when I do ring them up, it's not just, oh, what does he want now? It's more of a, hey, how are you? What can we do? And all that sort of thing. So I would certainly implore anyone that's getting in the industry just to make sure that you do stay in close contact with your contacts. I think another one that gets up there is a lot of people want to know about is the trends in industry. And for me, the best way, like I said previously, is just to make sure that you have an open mind and willing to change. I think a lot of people that I've seen over time that fail or they don't sort of succeed to the next level are the people that sort of have that mentality of this is the way it's always been done, or if I do that, I might, if your customers not come back, or that's not what my customers maybe want. You really do have to have a mindset with trends that you are open-minded, almost go with the wind. If this is what people are doing, if this is what people are talking about, if this is what people are excited about, give it a try. Do something different. I think a lot of the good places in the bars and restaurants, particularly around Melbourne where I am, it's the people that do things differently and innovate and set themselves apart. If you want to just be vanilla and be the same as everywhere else, people will move on to the next exciting place and the next exciting bar to sort of go to. So that's what my advice I would give to anyone that's setting up a restaurant, bar or cafe. Stay in the talk to everyone. If you're walking around the shops, look at how they're displaying their products, what they're selling, what's on their menus. That's what I always do. So it's something that I enjoy doing, and I think that I can then showcase that to where I'm working. So final reflections for me, I think the lessons that I've always learnt is have enthusiasm and passion for anything that I do. So whenever I do anything, I like to sort of make sure that I enjoy doing it, and I'm always sort of having that can-do attitude. How can we do things differently? And I think that's always worked for me. So ultimately, what I always strive myself on for what I always like to do, and my logic is that you have to work for such a long time in our lives, 30, 40 years, depending on your age at the moment. So my motto is very clear that I pass on to all of my friends, family, students, is enjoy what you love to do and then get someone to pay for you to do it. And so if you love the industry, you love working in bars, you love working in restaurants, you love cruise ships, you love working at golf courses and wineries and all these other aspects of it, and you love doing it, then get someone for you to pay for you doing it, and isn't that the ultimate in life? Enjoy life, do what you want to do, love doing it, and then someone pays you. So hope you enjoy my contribution, and I hope you all have a successful and rewarding career in the restaurant services.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Apprenticeships work for hands-on people like you. People who enjoy rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. For all of us who are keen to get involved and work hard. And for anyone who wants to learn a trade they can rely on for life. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today. Because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
Well, our vision is to elevate and enhance the reputation of industry careers. So we couldn't be more excited about the partnership with WorldSkills. Our focus is on technically talented young people, finding their fit and loving what they do. So the alignment between both of our organisations is absolutely perfect. One of our company values is to contribute authentically. We recognise that every person brings with them a unique set of skills, experience and talents. WorldSkills aligns with this at its core. We passionately believe in parity of esteem between vocational and academic success, and we believe that education has a part to play in state productivity in terms of ensuring that workforce development and a pipeline of technically talented young people into apprenticeships and traineeships is met. We do this day in, day out. We are industry-led and deliver industry education to help develop young people to be work-ready. We recognise that teenagers and apprentices don't work well and don't learn well with 1 day a week, and that's why at the industry school, our model is that our young people, our school-based apprentices, do 7 consecutive weeks out in work placement or on their apprenticeship every quarter. At the industry school, we think big and go boldly. We're champions of industry and we're champions of young people. We love what we do and we're incredibly passionate about it. We're not afraid to have fun and work hard. We're deliberately different. My last piece of advice would be don't wait, get going. At the industry school, we have unmatched partnerships with industry, and our young people, years 10 through 12, get a head start in their industry right from the beginning. So please reach out if you want to learn more about what we do.
Excellence. Is it measured in likes, bottom lines, or the impact we make around us? The things we build, the students we inspire, the care we give.
Baby girl.
At CQ University, we recognise all kinds of excellence. We combine contemporary courses with more choices and real support to empower you to create the success that means more to you. Be with CQU.
Hello, I'm Gabby Ware and I'm the Chief Judge for Barbering at the National WorldSkills competition this year. Personally, I started my career back in 2012, actually in the hairdressing industry first, as barbering wasn't as huge as it is now. And from doing hairdressing, I got into WorldSkills and competed myself nationally, internationally. As barbering has grown, I was like, we need this barbering comp. But finally, it is now the first time in a very long time that barbering will have a national competition. Over the 3 days, we're going to see some amazing barbers doing some fading, some shaving, perming. We're going to have some colour and lots of different styles that they're going to be completing, which will be really amazing to watch. I always wanted to get into the industry. I was first in the hairdressing industry and then developed my love for barbering over time and found a passion and really enjoy the environment. In my career, I've gone into teaching, which was probably something I didn't really see myself doing, but from being a competitor at WorldSkills and training for an international competition, I'd find myself at my local TAFE and the teacher saying, like, there's other students watch you, or can you teach this student? And now I've been in the industry for 11 years and now 5 years teaching barbering and hairdressing, and I'm just loving it that I can give back to the younger up-and-coming barbers that we have. In my time, I probably had the moment I thought this is what I wanted to do was when, I very first started. I really thought to myself, I don't really have another option. If I don't love the industry, I don't really know what I'm going to do with myself. And when I had my boss ring to be like, oh, we're not that busy tonight, you can take the night off. And I was going, no, don't pay me. I just want to come watch. I knew, obviously, I was in the right industry when I didn't want to get paid for my work and just learn. So that was something that I was like, yes, this is definitely what I want to do. In terms of my teaching, I've had recently a story where I've had one of my barber students get reached out to by a salon asking for him to do education in their shop, and I was like, oh my god, that's amazing, because he started as one of my apprentices and I taught him, and now he's off educating other barbers as well, which was a really cool moment for me. Throughout the industry, I don't think there's anything I would have done differently. I feel like there's a lot of options you can have with the barbering industry. You don't just have to be a barber working in a shop. You can go into your teaching. You can go into educating other barbers and other potentially hairdressers that want to upskill. You can run a business. There's so many options, or you can be like a rep for a company. There's so many options to keep your day-to-day have full of variety, so it's not like we do the same thing every week, which is something I really enjoy about the barbering industry. There's definitely challenges in the barbering industry. I feel like probably more so for me when I was younger in the industry. You find being a little bit younger, you probably get clients doubt you. And I think confidence would have been a challenge. Now I think seeing these younger barbers come up and being so talented that you don't need to have 10 years in the industry to say you're good and you know what you're talking about. WorldSkills is a prime example of look how talented these young barbers are, and look at and still a lot of them are in their apprenticeships and probably cutting less than 3 years. So it's pretty amazing, and I think just trying to have that confidence in the industry, and you don't need to be in it for 10, 20 years, because these young barbers are doing amazing work and learning and growing every day. To get into the barbering industry, the education and training you'd need would be to obviously get an apprenticeship and do a Cert 3, but also sometimes starting out doing some work placement if you're still in high school to see if you like barbering in general. There's some people will get into it and then probably realise it's not for them. Then you'll have people like me I just fell in love. So definitely try and do some work placement, or try and get an apprenticeship to do your Cert 3 in barbering. It is such a hands-on environment, and I think might be slightly controversial, but I was going to school for socialising, so I think getting an apprenticeship possibly after year 10 is the perfect way to learn and get that on-the-job training. I even personally had a family member, beg me to try and stay at school, and now she says it's the best thing I ever did was to leave and actually get my Cert 3 in hair and barbering. And now, I'm now teaching, so so much can come from just getting in the shop, getting your apprenticeship and having that on-the-job training to help you upskill, I guess, and to learn more. I think just going to barber expos and connecting with others in the industry that have that same passion, it really just keeps you motivated. Sometimes you will have your days that they're not your best days, or you're just having a down day. When you go to expos and you meet other barbers and you connect, you can relate to each other, and it kind of just keeps the passion you have for barbering, keeps it going throughout your career, really. And if I could go back and learn a skill earlier, you know what, it would probably be barbering, because I did start with hairdressing, and when I finished, I did my barbering certificate, and when I finished barbering, it definitely wasn't as big, and it has definitely grown, and it's just booming over the last 4 years. It's massive. So if I could do barbering earlier, that would have been great. And I'm still learning so much now and will continue to. I think keeping up with new things in industry is important, and a lot of barbers will hopefully agree with me when I say we keep up in industry by looking at, sounds a bit funny, Instagram and TikToks. I love sitting and scrolling on the barber pages on TikToks and watching their videos. That's how you keep current. I also like going to the expos and connecting with other barbers in industry. If you wanted to get into barbering, I would also possibly suggest seeing if your TAFE does some sort of little short course tasters, and then obviously trying to find a shop, just get into the industry. That's the best way to see if you actually like the environment and the work. Personally, for me, with my first job, I was from a small town, Port Macquarie, and the salon was a hairdressing and barbering salon, and I learned everything there, which I'm so grateful for. I had quite a big team, so I could learn different skills and really pick parts of the other senior stylists and barbers around me to develop my own way. And I think that's a really good way of learning if you're working in a big team, is try and get small amounts from everyone and create your own style. I had some big moments in my career. Obviously, WorldSkills was a massive moment in my career. I think it spanned over nearly 4 years of competition of my career, going from a regional, a national and an international. I also did have another pretty big moment having an opportunity to work internationally. Unfortunately, COVID did stop that from happening, but it was still an amazing achievement for me to know that I could have had that opportunity to work in France. I think having mentors and people around you is always good, because you look up to them and they help you grow. My first boss was probably a mentor for me, because he'd been in business a really long time, and he had a really good skill of making his whole team understand what they're worth. And we always, as barbers, get, wow, that's going to cost me a lot, that haircut. And he would always remind us and make us feel like we are worth it, because we are doing great haircuts, and this is our time. So never undercharge, and always know your worth in the industry. Throughout my time in the industry, I have also had some lucky breaks, I would say, with getting a scholarship for my training and assessment and being able to move into a teaching role. I really enjoy the teaching for the variety, plus I love educating young barbers and seeing them grow in the industry. And I think it's really amazing to teach the young barbers, because then they can go into industry and love working and having the moments like I do. I think day to day barbering, you can change someone's day by just giving them an amazing haircut, and you grow that relationship with your client, and your client always leaves feeling amazing, and they could have been having the worst day ever. And as a barber, that's what you are doing to your clients. And I think that's definitely one of the perks of the job. To be successful in barbering, I think you just got to keep practicing and putting yourself out there. And now social media is big. You see so many barbers and companies posting on social media, and that is how you get yourself out there and build your own clientele. Developing these skills, I think, I personally I trained a lot when I did my WorldSkills, plus attending those expos and doing training in your shop that you're working is really important. If you're developing those skills, then you can really develop and grow your clientele. I don't think there would be any skills that I had to learn on my own or on the job, because I think if you can build a really good community around you in the barbering industry, you can always ask someone for help. Even if it's you wanting to run a business after building that clientele, holding on to past connections that you've met at expos, past bosses, having those good connections. I'm sure the barbering community is so encouraging of each other that if you hold on to those connections, they're going to want to reach out and help you. And that's what I really love about the community, because everyone is really encouraging of each other. I think when you're first coming up as a beginner in the barbering industry, I find the apprentices often say they miss the cutting techniques, or they don't really want to be doing the cutting techniques, because all the barbers love a good fade with their clippers. And normally when I am teaching, it is their strong point. But I do have my students come back later on and tell me that they really did need those techniques. So I think for barbering, maybe putting some extra time into your cutting and longer haircuts is where I think some of the beginners will miss out when they're starting in the industry. If I had to give someone some advice into the industry, I'd just say put yourself out there, work hard and make connections in your industry. Barbers might not think networking is important, but it 100% is. For me personally, even with running this barbering comp, I was able to call people I know, get products supplied, even with help with writing the competition, having those connections, it made it so much easier. If you want to get those connections, like I said, be confident. Go to the events, even if maybe you're not feeling it on a Saturday night, because you really never know who you're going to meet in this world. If I had to give my recommendation, I would be telling my barbers to go to the Barber Expo. It was actually on last month on the Gold Coast, run by Fraser Forsey. I unfortunately missed it. I had to watch it unfold on Instagram. This was only its second year, and I went the first year, and it was one of the best expos I've been to. I tell all my apprentices to go to the Barber Expo. Also, just follow some brands and see when they are doing shows and look and learn, because that is the best way to build those connections and skills. My tips would be, the barbering industry is easy because I think everyone is so friendly, so just don't be scared and say, hey, I guess when you see someone, start following on socials and keep in touch that way. Sometimes for me, it's actually my students showing me a thing or two of the next trend, and then I will go on Instagram and make sure I keep in touch myself. But definitely using your social media and keeping up in the industry is the best tip I have. With barbering, there's so many new trends happening, and it's actually really fast-paced moving. Of course, we're going to have changes with styles like our fades and our haircuts, but I think a big trend happening in barbering at the moment would be the men's perm. I think maybe males think curls get the girls, and bleaching. men want to be blondes and they're playing with colour, so that's kind of exciting to see where it's going in the future. I think with beginners, do I think they should stick to basics or jump into new trends? Do both. They should be just trying out as much as they can and experimenting if you're a beginner. Lucky for like normally your men's haircuts, it doesn't take too long for it to grow, and I think anything can be fixed or changed, so that's how you learn if you push the boundaries. Two, if you want to also in the barbering industry keep up with some well-known educators or up-and-coming barbers, I would say like Fraser Fawsey, there's Lance from The Loft, Josh O.P., Mr. Official. I would then be following some companies like Level 3 is such a good brand coming up. Barber Brands International, like I could go on, but that's definitely a good start if you wanted some additional education and see where these trends are coming from. If you're thinking about barbering as a skill, I would say just give it a go. I think they've got nothing to lose. Yeah, give it a go, see if you like it. Sometimes something that's maybe misunderstood is like how much you actually talk and chat to people in a day, and sometimes that is exhausting and not for everyone. Sometimes another misconception or misunderstood thing about the barbering field is, I don't see it much anymore, but occasionally you will get your male clients only wanting a male barber. Like, not all barbers are males. The females are actually killing it, and maybe the girls are doing it better. So like, you have some amazing female barbers like She Fades, you got Sophie Stay Golden, and Celine Chop Chops. So I think that's something that might be a bit misunderstood in the barbering field. If I was someone that was going to hire as a boss, I want a barber that's going to take on some constructive criticism. You should always be wanting to learn and grow, and that's how you become the best version of yourself. So if I was hiring someone, that's what I would be looking for, because even I'm still learning. I think everyone should continue learning throughout their whole journey, and that is definitely a big lesson I've learned throughout my career, is just to never stop learning and educating yourself, because it always surprises me in this industry. It keeps growing, so you really got to stay on your toes. For me personally, my goals probably did change a little bit. I thought maybe I was going to work internationally, and COVID had other plans. So now my goal would be definitely more on my teaching and really educating some up-and-coming barbers. It would be great to see an international barbering comp, so that will be a goal of mine. I don't know how that happens, but I'll definitely be finding out. To get barbering at a WorldSkills International comp would be amazing to watch. If I had to have something for people to remember me by in the industry, I would just hope that my apprentices one day maybe realise that I was a pretty good teacher and they did learn a thing or two. And also, if I saw them one day down the track and maybe like they were running their own business and loving it, I would feel like I've really done my job for the industry. That would be really cool to see one day. So lastly, I just want to say thank you for anyone that is sitting at home listening to WorldSkills Australia radio and watching these amazing barbers do their thing on the floor. I hope you've enjoyed what I had to say, and hopefully you guys can all come watch a national comp in 2 years. Thanks.
I think one of the most exciting things about being involved with WorldSkills for Manufacturing Skills Queensland is the opportunity to connect young people and schools with careers in manufacturing. WorldSkills Australia provides a platform that brings together industry innovators, apprentices, trainees, young people and industry, and Manufacturing Skills Queensland is excited to be part of the event. What you can expect from Manufacturing Skills Queensland over the course of the competition is to showcase some virtual reality experiences and to provide some really great advice around the careers that you can expect in the manufacturing industry. WorldSkills is a celebration, and it's a celebration of a range of industries. But excitingly for Manufacturing Skills Queensland, it's a celebration of excellence across the full spectrum of manufacturing, from design, manufacture and maintenance, time-old tradition and advanced manufacturing techniques. Well, as you might know, Manufacturing Skills Queensland is the host of the Queensland Government's Advanced Manufacturing Gateway to Industry Schools project. And what this means is we're able to deliver a range of different projects and programs to schools across Queensland. And what we can do with this event is bring schools in and show them how incredible careers in manufacturing are. Through the WorldSkills Australia competition, we feel as though we can make an impact by bringing more manufacturers into the fold, connecting the competition with manufacturers and improving and elevating the skills recognition of manufacturing.
To all the competitors this year at WorldSkills, remember to embrace the opportunity. It's not just about competing and showcasing your skills, but about learning from each other, building connections and challenging yourself. My advice for young people would be, if you're thinking about taking up a trade, go for it. There are so many opportunities and pathways for you. Don't let any stereotypes deter you. You get to build real things, work with a great team and see your projects come to fruition, which is really rewarding.
So important.
The National Championships and Skill Show is so important because not only does it show how valuable our tradespeople are, but it also inspires our future generations to want to take up a trade. It's a real showcase of the skills and mindset that tradespeople have. It also helps shift the mindset around what a successful career can look like. To all the visitors and school groups at the show today, I would say be open-minded, ask questions, get around it, support each other and cheer each other on. If you're interested in a career in construction, I would say follow your passion and just give it a go. You'll be amazed at what you can achieve if you apply yourself. Woo!
What excites us most about being part of the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships and Skills Show is the chance to celebrate the incredible talent and passion that drives our industry forward. It's also an opportunity to connect with future tradespeople and to share what McNab's all about, which is supporting young people to challenge themselves and to be their best. Events like this bring energy, inspiration and pride to the trades, which is something we're proud to be a part of. At this year's WorldSkills, we're excited to have one of our own apprentices competing in the carpentry category, a great reflection of the talent we're developing here at McNab. We'll also be on site with an interactive exhibit offering insights into the construction industry. People can chat with our team and learn more about our apprenticeship, cadetship and pathways programs, and it's a fantastic opportunity for people to connect with us and explore what a career in construction with McNab could look like. Events like the 2025 WorldSkills National Championships are so important for Australia's future workforce. They highlight the high level of skill and precision needed to succeed in a trade and give apprentices a chance to test themselves in a competitive environment. It's also an opportunity to inspire, educate and engage the next generation, showing what's possible and why a career in the trades is something to be really proud of. Our partnership with WorldSkills aligns perfectly with our core values of care, passion and growth. These events celebrate the same things that we stand for, which is supporting people to grow and doing what they love with purpose and passion. It's about building skills, diversity, confidence and a stronger, more capable workforce for our industry and Australia.
A range of projects is what I enjoy the most about working at McNab.
From housing, schools, high-rises to world-class industrial facilities, you name it, we do it.
At McNab, you've got so many career opportunities. Whatever progression you want to take, McNab will support you.
Other than working on great projects, you're privileged enough to work with great people that end up becoming great mates.
If you're thinking about taking a job with McNab, do it. You won't regret it.
Hello everyone, my name is Brendan Hibbett. I am the Chief Judge of Graphic Design Technology, which is Skill 40. I've been a judge with WorldSkills for over a decade now, right back in Perth Nationals when I was first exposed to WorldSkills, and since then have travelled internationally as a expert internationally, and now chief expert internationally for graphic design technology. So really passionate about this skill area, and have really felt it sort of improved myself as a lecturer at North Metro TAFE here in Perth as well. And I'll go through sort of my story and how I got into industry in a moment. But all the way and all this lead up to Brisbane is now 10 years of testing competitors with really sort of vibrant industry-based projects that reflect what is actually happening in industry and graphic design at the moment. And so what you'll see in Brisbane will be 3 days of competition. Day one will be an editorial project, so setting type, and you'll see competitors stretch their typographic muscles and layout and design. Day two will be a packaging brief. So our competitors on day two will be literally mocking up 3D mock-ups, printing and designing and packing a real promotional project for the Visual Media Association. And our day three will be an advertising-based assessment, which will test competitors on that third day. So an exhausting 3 days of competition for our competitors. And it's worth sort of reflecting on sort of how I got here and how WorldSkills wasn't around when I was first interested in this career and first got into graphic design. But back in the 90s, at the dawn of the desktop publishing revolution, news agencies had these floor-to-ceiling magazine racks, and you could subscribe to magazines, and it was a sort of huge industry. And during high school, this was something I was very interested in, and it was powerful. Back in high school, being able to do school magazines and work with talented teachers who would basically capture 12 months and distill it into a 32-page magazine was powerful. So that's how I sort of first got into graphic design, and that's going to be very similar to what our competitors are doing on day one with their editorial. It won't be a school magazine, though. I did some bridging courses with RMIT TAFE in Melbourne. It was an evening course, and that helped me get into the Bachelor of Visual Arts at La Trobe Uni in Bendigo, and that's where I actually majored in graphic design, and that program really exposed me to the profound impact of visual communication, and I just became fascinated with graphic design and have ever since. So way back in those days, in the 90s, late 90s and 2000, there was a really inspiring AG Ideas conference made for students to essentially just meet industry idols and witness their work, and that was the first-hand experience for me to sort of get started on a career path to really fully demonstrate the possibilities of graphic design and how these people from all over the world would come to Melbourne and talk about their experiences and their amazing work. And that's when I first remember thinking, yeah, this is what I really wanted to do. I was completely inspired by some of those speakers, including a guy called Dana Arnett, who had just won the Harley Davidson marketing account, an incredible graphic designer. And he really sort of encouraged me to travel, to broaden my base and really immerse myself in getting out internationally. And did that. Went straight to London after I finished my university bachelor and worked with a London-based modern media company called O'Neill's out in Slough, where the office is incidentally filmed. And that was, working with people from all over the world. And that was, working with early graphic design software. The web was just emerging. There wasn't even really much. It was all HTML-based websites, so there wasn't even much Web 2.0 web that we experience nowadays. So that was sort of a bit of my background and how I got into the industry. I've always sort of been interested in graphic design, and then coming back to Melbourne, working in advertising for a few years, and then eventually doing a dip ed and getting into teaching at TAFE was sort of a bit of my background, a bit of self-taught and formal training, and obviously that's what's got me to where we are today. So our competitors here in Brisbane, what I'm really looking in them and our young people doing graphic design now is that similar sort of curiosity that drove me into the industry. I want to see them, navigate these complex projects. I want to see their creativity, and I want to see their speed. So everything in Brisbane is going to make sure they've got a chance to showcase their innovation, and that's what we'll base our medalists on. So in terms of their education and training, it's great to see lots of them follow a similar path to me at TAFE. So this is going to help them, give them the necessary skills. This is going to be hands-on skills. We'll predominantly use Adobe software, but some of them will probably also have hands-on, on-the-job training. They might even have some work experience that they've done at the moment as well. So if they've done some work experience at a printer, if they've been involved with press checking, if they've seen their ideas come to life and print them, that'll really benefit them in Brisbane over these coming days. So if there was something I'd wished I'd learned earlier, I think it would be more emphasis on animating the work. We'll have competitors do a lot of flat 2D based work on the comp floor in Brisbane, but eventually, and what the industry is wanting more and more of, is animated, web-based, and even artificially intelligence-driven, new media experiences. So they just don't want to type on a page anymore. They really want things to move, and they're some of the things that are happening in our industry, and something that WorldSkills will help prepare them for once they've finished this journey. So the education and training at TAFE First is definitely the best pathway for them. My career journey after I finished my studies was to move into publication design and new media. But they've got lots more options now. They can move into print, large formats, car wraps, signage, web, new media, advertising. And there's lots of crossover. So the importance of these competitors today to move into these different markets is going to be really important. Some of my sort of big moments in my career would definitely be part of the WorldSkills journey. It's been an absolute honour and privilege to serve as the Australian chief expert, and then go into Lyon in France last year and be the international chief expert with over 32 people from around the world and their competitors, and 4 days of competition, and it's just absolutely incredible networking, incredible people sharing knowledge, and all of those early industry leaders that I met through those Age Idea conferences back when I was a student. I still feel like I'm getting a lot of that with the current WorldSkills setup, where I get to meet all of these more mature people in academia and education and TAFE and polytechnic colleges from around the world, sharing what they're doing with their students, helping shape my professional path and my approach to design. So over time, I think that job role, from just being an actual designer to moving into education to moving into head of programs now at North Metro TAFE, I mean, there's a shift. You do develop and grow. I'm a lot more of an administrator nowadays, and that's where WorldSkills helped me tickle that itch to continue to train and mentor young people. I think witnessing students develop their skills in graphics, and what you'll see in Brisbane across these 3 days, watching them succeed in industry, and just even the lead up to this competition online with our training squad and the little projects that they've done to prepare for this has been incredibly rewarding. So knowing that and watching that group grow and bring depth to them is an evergreen and a wonderful sense of fulfillment, just to sort of be around incredible young talent. So some skills for success. So what are some of the top tips I think they're going to need in these 3 days in Brisbane and beyond? I think to excel in graphic design, it's essential that they really master the fundamentals. So really strong grasp of design principles, really strong topography, colour theory. That's going to form the foundation of their effective designs. On all the test projects, I'm really keen to make sure that they're curious and open-minded. I want them to embrace new ideas, really unpack and read between the lines for these test projects in Brisbane, keep the work fresh and relevant. And I want to encourage them to sort of think outside the box. And whilst it is under speed, light conditions and time constraint, I think they're really going to have to be self-critical when they build this work, and use that to refine and grow within the 6 hours of comp each day. So just like cabinet makers have a variety of chisels, to build this sort of amazing cabinetry and these amazing things out of wood, I really hope my competitors have come to Brisbane with those tools in their toolbox, such as good illustration, a wonderful typography, really dynamic layout, and that'll obviously go into sort of adding to their diverse portfolio of work. From this and after the comp's all sort of done, obviously we'll choose our competitor to represent Australia leading forward to Shanghai, and that's an incredible journey as well to become a skillaroo, and that's next level. We've had some wonderful experiences in the lead up to Kazan, even in Abu Dhabi. We've had a wonderful special edition in Switzerland in Aarau, and watching Nellie's journey from Melbourne all the way through to France and Lyon has been incredible as well. So the skills that I want to see them develop and want them to use while they're here, well, I really want to make sure that they look at their professional networks. There is a business of design that's more than just designing pretty pictures and layouts. There's entire associations dedicated to this. We're working with one on day 2 with the Visual Media Association, trying to attract young people into the print industry. There's things like the Australian Graphic Design Association, which is the peak body looking after young graphic designers and industry alike. The Design Kids helped us with our regional project, which all of these competitors in Brisbane did. They had to do a poster for the Design Kids for a boot camp in Fiji, and doing well in that particular brief has brought them here to Brisbane today. And there's lots of sort of smaller, specific local community-based organisations like the Perth Advertising and Designers Club, where I'm from, regular activities, lots of practical workshops and conferences, and even next week after Brisbane national competition, there is a major Australian conference called the Design Conference, which is happening next week. So things for them the competitors to learn from here and obviously to take it into the job. Obviously the formal education has developed those basic skills to get to where they are now, but having that business acumen and client communication skills moving forward, articulating their design concepts, being able to present that, understanding client needs, and then project managing multiple projects at the same time, multiple deadlines, managing their resources efficiently. That's all coming, and that's expected. So being able to adapt, not just changing their design styles to different project requirements, but being able to really sort of evolve, to be able to fill in a quarterly BAS and tax return, and be able to sort of have that resilience to handle client criticism and those setbacks and budgetary constraints. There's lots of lifelong learning ahead of them, and that's sort of vital for them to be able to balance that with their family life and work-life balance as well, and their actual screen time on the computer as well. So this is my advice overall to them, and something that we'll sort of leave them with at the end of this comp in Brisbane is just to embrace that lifelong learning, remain adaptable. The industry in graphics in particular is changing so rapidly, and whilst we see Firefly and we see generative AI, at its birth right now, even ChatGPT with its problem solving and reasoning, these young designers here will really need to make a commitment to themselves to stay on that cutting edge. And not being afraid to take creative risks and to really open themselves up to these new tools that are entering the market. In terms of what I hope will happen here with them networking with other young designers around the country and building their own friendships and that networking interstate is really vital. They're the mentoring opportunities and staying informed with where they all end up beyond this, which I'm hoping builds those relationships and provides that support, inspiration and professional growth beyond the Brisbane comp. I think it's really important to be proactive and genuine in those interactions, and offer value to others when they return to their states. Finally, any sort of final tips in building good work relationships and just building a business or a sole trading business. After we got back from Kazan with Indy Griffiths, she actually started her own freelance practice. Was really approachable, really listened actively in training, made some great friends on her WorldSkills journey, and really showed a genuine interest in crafting that bespoke small business in Sydney's Northern Beaches. She, really collaborated and, fostered trust and respect. She celebrates others really well, and she's built strong relationships with emerging businesses and supported their growth. So that's what happens from WorldSkills. It's to, make sure that you're looking at, the business of design and making sure that, you stay updated with all of those new things that are happening. Finally, I guess I'd just like to say that, embracing that mindset of continuous learning and adaptability, the graphic design industry is really, it's sort of backwards foundationally supported. So print is not dead. There's still a huge demand for good quality print. You see lots of car wraps, you see emerging banners, and you'll see even in the Brisbane Convention Centre completely decorated. All of that's made by a graphic designer. So everything has been designed here, from the programs to the lanyards. And it's not just solely about creating these visually appealing things. It's a multifaceted discipline, lots of problem solving and user experience. That strategic creative thinking that these young designers will have to have moving forward is going to be absolutely vital to make sure that our life as people who are interacting with software daily, or interacting with a conference plan, or trying to find a skill on a map in Brisbane Convention Centre, all of those really vital information and infographic and user experience. This is going to be something that's vital for them, crucial for these young designers to develop that comprehensive understanding of how to make things better. And think about that when you shampooing your hair. Everything is designed. It's very difficult in the shower to sort of know the difference between a shampoo bottle and a conditioner, for example. Look at the typography. Look at the way the bottle has actually been physically designed in a 3D space, and start paying attention to those sort of those product design and that industrial design aspect that graphic design informs and is informed by. And I guess in the final reflections as I wrap up here, I guess just the other day listening to Tom Hanks say it wonderfully, and some of his advice, and just 3 tips. Show up on time, learn the text, and have an idea. To hear Tom Hanks talk about that when he was a 21-year-old as an actor, and then being able to sort of put those 3 points of being able to show up on time to a job site, or to a graphic design studio, learn the text, know what the industry is doing and what the business is about, and then bringing your own ideas and having an idea that helps shape that design agency or that advertising agency, or that primary communication that you're working on. Those tips actually are fantastic. So that advice from Tom Hanks sort of fits beautifully in here. My core passion hasn't changed. I think there's more of an emphasis nowadays on me mentoring and then sharing that knowledge in an education and a TAFE setting, sharing those skills. But it's vital that I understand that it's the new generation who are much more adept at running Firefly and Gen AI and being able to learn new software much more quickly than I can, After Effects and these 3D platforms. So whilst I'm sort of focused now on advancing my design education, I really sort of encourage these young people to, embrace these emerging technologies and stay collaborative, and continue to stay involved with WorldSkills and help us build better briefs, build our Australian talent, and take that onto an international stage as well. So I'll leave it at that. I hope you enjoy the work produced by our young competitors here in Brisbane, and we'll see you in Shanghai.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Taking on an apprentice works for everyone. They get to learn from your experience and skills. You get to train someone to do the job the way it should be done. They benefit from hands-on training in a real workplace. You can access grants and incentives that benefit your business. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
What excites World Australia the most, or our organisation, is the ability to give back to our industry. As the peak industry body, our vision is to facilitate the growth of world-class welding in Australia. And partnering with WorldSkills allows us to do that. We're sponsoring 2 categories, the welding category, which we have done for a few years. But secondly, WorldSkills has given us the opportunity to introduce the Vet in Schools augmented reality welding competition. So what that does is allows us to reach out and expose high school students to welding as an industry and augmented reality technology. I would definitely advise anyone to consider a path in career pathway in welding. Welding is not the dirty, smelly, hot trade that it once was. As we've got on show, there's now the augmented reality welding. There's also robotic welding. You can move on from welding into more advanced stuff like welding inspection, welding supervision. There's a lot of projects now going on with the government. There's submarine building with the AUKUS project. There's shipbuilding, the Navy shipbuilding at BAE Systems in South Australia. The world really is your oyster, and there's a skills shortage in welding. Recent studies show that there's a 90,000 welder skills shortage. So it's definitely a viable pathway. Come in, have a look around, and be inspired. Have a look at what kind of careers you want to get into, what kind of career pathways you would like to take. Have a look at the technology, have a look at the volunteers, have a look at the people around you and the career pathways that WorldSkills has helped foster.
Hi, my name is Michael Pitt and I work for World Australia, the national peak body for welding. My role in the organisation is Director of Education. We've had a relationship, we sponsor the WorldSkills, we're one of the sponsors, but I've had an attachment to WorldSkills which started about 30 odd years ago, where I was a judge for the real welding. So I've been in education since 1987, so basically in technical training for apprenticeships and trainees and all that sort of thing, all related around metal fabrication welding. We're really keen supporters of WorldSkills. In fact, this category that we're competing in right now is a brand new category. So this is the inaugural competition of this nature, which is Vet in Schools VR welding.
So nothing's changed.
Now, VR welding is an activity that is an extremely close simulation of real welding. It's used in schools, TAFEs across Australia, at prison systems and in industry. So what it basically does, it simulates all the different parts of welding. So welding is one of those things where there's a lot of moving parts. You've got to be careful of the angle, the speed, the arc length, the body positioning. What the simulator does, it actually provides guides and instruction on each part of that. So it's separated all those singular skills, identified them, and provided support for the learner to develop that skill. They develop muscle memory, so it makes it far more easier for learners to actually learn how to weld. Generally, the model is that you spend time on the simulators first, then you go along to real welding. The competition started yesterday. It's a 3-day competition, and all of the judges in this area have been overwhelmed by the attitude and the enthusiasm of the competitors, all school kids. One of the impacts of the simulators in schools is that there's been a huge increase in the take-up of vet school programs medals. Now, there's a national skill shortage, in fact a global skill shortage of welders, and as a peak body we're obligated to work for our members industry, and one way that we've actually done that is through things like WorldSkills and the work we do in schools and TAFEs to introduce welding to people who otherwise probably wouldn't do it. There's a lot of risks and hazards associated with welding, fumes and a lot of heat, and it can be quite daunting to actually try and learn. Using the simulators, which are gamified, it sort of engages with young people in a way that used to be, used to learning through games, and this provides scores, and which formulated this whole idea about having a WorldSkills event. There's gamified, there's healthy competition, and so the healthy competition that existed in schools when they're using the simulators has just been expanded upon to be a WorldSkills event. And as I said before, the enthusiasm of which the young people have taken this up is actually, it's absolutely fantastic. So we're very, very pleased. Another one of the benefits of the simulators is the assessment. Now, when you're assessing a real weld, it can be a little bit subjective. An inspector can look at welds and see different things. All of that is done by the simulator. It provides scores for your angle, all the parameters. It provides scores and spits out overall scores. So it's easy for a judge to actually assess it. It's all done it's all done by the machine, and we simply transfer the marks across to into the system. Completely objective. WorldSkills is a great thing for young people in all trades. In our trade, welding and fabrication, it really changes people's lives. WorldSkills is like a family, very supportive, healthy environment. And the reason I'm in it, and the reason I was in it when I was a TAFE teacher, is because you get a chance to engage with super committed people, both as judges and workers within the WorldSkills family, but also the best kids. You see great kids doing really great things and really achieving, and it can start off here in a regional competition, and then it becomes a state competition, national competition, and obviously a world competition, and it creates so many opportunities and sets learners up for life. It's a really super positive thing, and it's an opportunity for kids with similar interests to engage with each other as well. So there's very little you can say about WorldSkills that isn't super positive. In terms of the relationship to industry and pathways for young people, I think WorldSkills plays a really important role. As I said earlier, there is a shortage of welders in Australia, and we look at every strategy we can think of to get people into our industry. We look at things like clean energy and defence and all those sort of industries. They need welders. But without welders, we don't have those sorts of things. You can't build submarines without welders. You can't build windmills, turbines without welders. So it's an essential skill set we need. And again, that's why we want to encourage as many people to get involved with it. In terms of where they can go with these skills, I mean, it's a license to go anywhere really, because it's not just an Australian shortage of welders, it's a world shortage of welders. And the financial rewards that it can provide are also really, really good. Yeah. So this is our welding simulator. It enables us to simulate all of the manual welding processes. So you can use it for gas metal arc welding, manual metal arc welding, gas tungsten arc welding and flux cored wire welding. This is a welding torch. Now it's actually a real welding torch, so it has the weight and the feel of a real welding torch. The only difference is it's got this QR codes on the front. Okay. The same for the manual metal arc welding. We have an electrode, which is slide in here, a little motor. So as you're welding, the electrode simulates the electrode being consumed. So when we strike the arc with this, with the MMO welding handpiece, this starts a little motor which consumes the electrode. So it has that feel of a real welder.
Right, so I'm Kayla Prinsley and I'm one of the contestants for the AR welding, which is augmented reality welding. So this is the machine we're working on. It's called the Soldermatic. And it's kind of like a training device that helps us to train for welding. So it has everything a normal welder does, just a little bit more. So we can do any type of weld on this, both MIG and stick and TIG welding as well. And how we do that is you go through there. We're just going to do some basic training today. All of those settings are already predetermined. We're going to be doing a normal T-weld, that position, some carbon steel, just some simple ones for today, a thicker material. We're going to do MIG welding. That is the type of filament we use. That is the diameter and the gas. So we're just going to do a pretty simple weld, one pass, quite short, continuous, and push, of course. And that is all of the details it gives you. The voltage, amps, fire speed, gives you everything right there at a touch of a button. So, while that loads up, I'm going to take a seat and show you guys how it actually works. So luckily enough, I already set this helmet to my head size. Get my gloves on, because we're trying to make it as realistic as possible. I just don't have a jacket on because it is very hot in here. All right. So once we bring the helmet down, you guys are actually going to see what I see. Luckily for us, it can connect to a TV, so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. All right, so the circles over there, that is to indicate how I'm holding it, at what angle. If it's green, it's all good. All right, let's start this weld. See how I go. All right, as easy as that. So we put the helmet down, press cancel, and then we can view the results. So probably might have heard, probably might not have, but it actually does play the sound effects that you would hear on an actual welder. As you can see, it gives you all of your scores, the travel angle, work angle, the CTWD is how far you're holding the welder from the workpiece. So the stippled line is where you actually want to aim for. That is what indicates a perfect weld. And the blue line is where you're actually at. So if you were doing multiple passes, you can actually see the individual scores of each pass that you do. And it gives you an overall score of whatever you got out of 100. And then you also get to go through a bunch of tests that it selects over there. So settings, defects, and the bend test, which is notoriously hard to do. that is about all we got from this Automatic. It's a very cool machine. So, thank you.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Apprenticeships work for hands-on people like you. People who enjoy rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. For all of us who are keen to get involved and work hard, and for anyone who wants to learn a trade they can rely on for life. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
My name's Deborah Street. I'm actually the Chief Judge of the VETIS Makeup Services here in Brisbane for 2025. My competition will be run over 3 days, and the skills that we'll be doing during those 3 days are facials and skincare, lashes, and we have 3 makeup skills, including photographic makeup. I've always had a keen interest in the beauty industry. Early in my career, I purchased a franchise business and started doing nails. From there, I attended beauty school at night to further my qualification. I graduated with a diploma of beauty therapy in 1987 from Flagstaff TAFE, located in Melbourne. I was very fortunate to have aspiring teachers who created a passion in me for the beauty industry. After I graduated, I knew I wanted to open my own beauty salon that catered for all different types of services. That included makeup, facials, waxing, brows and tanning. I've been involved in the beauty industry for 38 years and have had a variety of different jobs in that time, so my career has always been exciting and challenging. I think financial challenges are always difficult, knowing how much money you will need to create your dreams of opening your own salon. I think resilience is a good word to describe my career journey. Persistence, quitting was never an option. My beauty therapy journey started taking a vocational education and training vet pathway. I left school after completing year 11. As a beauty therapy trainer, I'm very passionate about students learning a skill and possibly one day opening their own business. On-the-job training is a large part of learning the skill of makeup. Our apprentices attend our simulated workplace once a week, then return to their salons to practice the skills that they have acquired. The apprenticeship takes 2 years to complete, attending 1 day a week. During my training, my teachers like to give myself up-to-date techniques and trends. They did this by engaging with different suppliers who would produce workshops. We attended these regular workshops and received certificates of participation. The sessions might be a tutorial or applying a perfect smoky eye or the application of a perfect red lip. Look for the carpet glamour look. These days, the internet and social media are the drivers of new trends, products and training. Most things you can find are on YouTube. I find networking with other like-minded therapists definitely a plus when trying to stay ahead of what is an ever-changing industry. I would recommend anyone wanting a career in makeup or beauty to attend a TAFE. This is where they will get a mix of theory and practical. When the students leave, they are work ready. That is what industry is asking for. Students with up-to-date skills and knowledge, graduates who are passionate about the beauty industry. I went straight from TAFE to owning and operating my own business. I've always been an entrepreneur. I wanted to work for myself. I learned that owning and operating your own business at 21 was not easy. While all my friends were out partying, I was trying to pay my bills and stay in business. This was a sacrifice that was definitely paid off. 7 years ago, I was appointed the Beauty Therapy Training and Assessor at TAFE in the Northern Territory. My position here was to teach a new generation of therapists. This has been the absolute highlight of my career. Passing on all my skills and experience, watching my students grow to become confident and ultimately being employed in industry still inspires me to this day. Being involved with WorldSkills, I have hosted 3 regional competitions and have had success with one of my students at a national level. This was also a highlight. As an owner and operator of a small business, I worked long hours, sometimes over a 7-day week. Looking back, I don't think I really received any lucky breaks. There were many real difficult times, but I survived these and kept going. Sometimes you just have to dust yourself off and keep going. I do, however, think being promoted to a trainer and assessor was an unexpected change in my career, but one that I am very appreciative of. I love my job. After years of owning and operating my own salons in various locations in Melbourne, I decided I needed a change and had always enjoyed training my staff and saw this as a transition into another exciting career. I relocated to the Northern Territory to take on my position as a beauty trainer and assessor. This was a big move at the time, but I have no regrets. I was always very passionate about the beauty industry and saw this as an excellent opportunity to pass on my skills and knowledge onto the next generation, and that is exactly what I've achieved in the last 7 years. I'm very passionate about my career in beauty, as I love how it makes people feel. I find my job very rewarding. I love looking after clients who may be attending a special event and book in to have their makeup done professionally. Seeing the transformation from daytime to an evening look is very exciting. With makeup application, I think it's really important to manage your client's expectations. Every client's face will be different skin tones, different face shapes, and it's our job to make sure we're showcasing the client's best features. Knowing your highlighting and camouflaging techniques will help with this. These skills are taught when you are studying makeup. Researching is very important to stay up to date with new trends and products. My suggestions are to look at the internet for inspiration. Dealing with customers is an important skill. Making sure you are always meeting clients' expectations. To have happy clients is the ultimate goal. This will build a loyal client base and return clients that talk about you and refer their family and friends. When beginners first start out in the industry, I think they lack the confidence and people skills, and as a trainer it's very important to encourage and inspire the beginners to be the best they possibly can. My advice to anyone starting out in this skill is to practice, practice, practice. Networking allows you to meet like-minded people in the same industry. It's an opportunity to discuss ideas, new trends and products. WorldSkills has become a huge part of my networking group. Meeting other trainers from all around Australia has opened up a lot of new opportunities and friendships. My advice for someone starting out would be to be active on social media, platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and for business, LinkedIn. There is an annual event called the Beauty Expo Australia held in Sydney. This is a great opportunity to meet with industry experts, see latest products and equipment. There are over 200 exhibitors and 60 scheduled education sessions available. Attending shows like this, one connects everyone together as a community. In my role as a senior lecturer, I mentor other colleagues who may have just started their career in training. I think it's really important to be friendly and approachable at all times so people feel they can come to you and learn. Most of my professional network is spread all over Australia. I find social media is a great way of staying in contact, particularly for business. The industry is fast moving with new innovative products and equipment being released all the time. I think the focus right now is skincare. The face skincare industry generated 1.833 billion Australian dollars in 2024. I attended the Beauty Expo last year in August. I also attended several educational workshops while I was visiting. I like to keep up to date with technology for new and exciting products. I find this allows me to pass this information on to my students. I think at the beginning of their career it's very important to learn the theory behind the skill and then be able to perfect the skill also. Students who are really committed to their learning may start to look into new trends, but often that will come later. Most of the suppliers have their own website where they post interesting articles on education and techniques. I have recently received a link from Crown Brushes, all of different types of makeup applications, including a smoky eye and the application of a perfect red lip. When I'm looking at introducing a new technique to my students, I always make sure it aligns with the accreditation and the training package that I'm teaching at the time. I make sure that it's relevant and not just an overnight fad. I would suggest to someone thinking about becoming a makeup artist would be to follow the person's page on Instagram, maybe make some contact with them if possible, prepare some questions you might like to ask them about your career. I think a lot of people thinking about a career in beauty or makeup think that it's easy. The hours are long, sometimes weekend work is involved. You must love what you do if you're going to make a career out of it. It is not suitable for everyone, but it can be extremely satisfying and rewarding. Hands-on experience and practice is really important in the skill of makeup. Our apprentices are very fortunate. They attend trade school 1 day a week for 2 years. Then they return to the salon to have a real life experience, which definitely helps them build their confidence and refine the skills for their training. When I started, I don't think I knew all the different career opportunities I would have. The opportunity to own my own business, study more courses and become an industry expert in my field, and then training the next generation of beauty professionals. When mentoring other people for this industry, I look for people who have a happy disposition, people willing to assist, someone who loves what they do and are always looking for a challenge to better themselves. When you have a dream, always make sure you have a plan to work by. Planning is so important to success. There are so many things that could go wrong that could derail your dream, so I think being prepared and having a plan really helps. My view of this career is that it's fast-paced and ever-evolving. It's an exciting career to be involved with. When I started in this career, my goals were centred around owning and operating a successful business. My goals now are staying up to date with innovative trends and new products so that I can pass this information on to my students. In the future, I can see myself in management, working maybe for a registered training organisation as an educational team leader where I can train and mentor others. I hope people remember me as someone who gave of her time, her experience to inspire and educate.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Taking on an apprentice works for everyone. They get to learn from your experience and skills. You get to train someone to do the job the way it should be done. They benefit from hands-on training in a real workplace. You can access grants and incentives that benefit your business. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today, because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Barrow, the Chief Judge of Retail Butchery at this year's 2025 WorldSkills Championships. And over the 3 days of the Retail Butchery competition, we'll be seeing 8 of Australia's best young butchers demonstrating skill, speed and precision across those 3 days, working on pork, lamb and beef, with a focus on technical aspects which we use to meet our customer needs, including sausage making speed test. We were doing knife sharpening, beef breakup, and a mystery box skill challenges. So testing those key areas that we need to see in industry. When I first started my personal story, the interest in the career that I had, I found I was working part-time after school, and on a Saturday I fell in love with the craft that turned into an apprenticeship. I was fascinated by the way that butchers would be able to turn a carcass into retail cuts and back it up with that confident knowledge to the customer. I was in love straight away. And then combined at 15, starting an apprenticeship, you got to work, learning this artisan craft, but you also got to earn some money. How good is that? Fantastic. Now, think about the people that helped me along the way. I looked for inspiration from the butchers that I work with, and that also started when I did work experience. How happy they were. I was amazed. Must have been something in the meat, I think. But everyone was very happy, willingness to help you, but also to help guide you, not only with their knowledge, but help to build your skill level and most importantly, your confidence when you're a main feature in the community. I think back when I first started, was this what I wanted to do? Definitely. It felt right from the beginning. Just learning about all the meat cuts and how to prepare, cook and enjoy them, and provide that vital customer advice to make others in the community celebrities in their own kitchen, and most importantly on their barbecues. What goes better? Meat on the barbecue. Fantastic. And thinking there was nothing else that I wanted to do. Once I started my career, I was in love with it straight away. Like with any trade, there are some challenges. One for me was the hours of work that I commenced, particularly coming from school, but I got used to them very quickly, and you certainly become to appreciate payday. Additionally, the strength that was required when you're working with these carcasses, you certainly didn't need to go to the gym. So there's bonuses in that area as well. I think looking at the qualities that I've picked up and helped me to succeed, I think active listening was certainly one aspect that I used. One, to help receive feedback, both good and bad. Having the patience to perform the tasks, and being patient while you're developing the precision that's required in this skill set, and then that would bring on speed. Now, combining all those helps shape you into a person that's going to be highly sought after, not only in their own business, but in other businesses as well. When I started my training, I attended one day at TAFE, New South Wales, and that was combined with on-the-job training. Now, that training consisted of a 4-year apprenticeship, where you do your registered training with the TAFE, and then you'd practice those and hone those skills back in the workplace under the support of I had a mentor, which was one of the leading butchers, but also the employer. The hands-on learning I discovered at school and at home set me up for a hands-on trade. At that time I wasn't thinking butchery, but I wouldn't change a thing. Thinking about the skills that you pick up at school through your different technical subjects, those subjects you use your hands all the time, and those skills that you pick up are very transferable, and particularly into the butchery aspect. TAFE training and support from qualified staff in the workplace, very important that you have that support. And I think the communication and industry competitions, online research and industry alignment all help to build what is happening in your industry, new trends, but also making sure that you can benchmark against those other businesses that we work alongside. I think the main thing is when you're learning is combining your training with a highly regarded registered training organisation and a supportive workplace, not only from the employer, the fellow work colleagues, but never forget the support that you get from your people at home. That family support is vital when you're starting out in a new career, particularly as an apprentice. Looking at my journey, I started off as an apprentice butcher. I loved every moment of learning the artisan craft of butchery, combined with the essential life skills that I picked up. got to learn about finance, got to learn about many different things, especially cooking. It's something that I'm very proud about. But looking back to the main task that I started with was making mince, making sausages, breaking beef, breaking lamb, preparing all these retail cuts, including pork and value-added items. And then I got on to learning my small goods trade. So it's very busy. You get to learn many different things, but also at that same time, you're at the front and center of the community as well. So you have to think on your feet, be able to communicate with your customers, but give them the experience that they're after. And anyone will tell you, starting a trade, there's going to be some big moments in your career. And one for me, successfully completing an apprenticeship, I was amazed. And that happened for me at the age of 19. I was very young, but I was very determined to keep on learning. So from that, I became a tradesperson. I then went on to manage businesses, quite high profile businesses. And then I successfully completed a university degree, showing that you can transfer from a trade, a skill set, and then further your career into a path. For me, that was in teaching the industry, teaching the meat trades. Another big moment in my career, I actually got to represent Australia in butchery in a Tri-Nations competition between New Zealand and England and Australia in 2015. That was a highlight for me, one, to have my skills recognised, but to be able to do it while I'm working at TAFE New South Wales, taking back that passion and that skill level to the future apprentices. It was certainly something I'm very, very proud of. I think we can't do it alone. Mentors and the people we look up to are vital in our industry and also in our learning. And fortunate for me, every workplace I've been in, I've learnt something and I've used that to build the skills and knowledge. And you never forget your mentors. The people that allocate the time to you and get to support you, you'll find that they quite often, they spend the whole journey with you. And I'm very, very appreciative of the people that I started with. Lucky breaks are certainly something that help get you ahead. And I think the lucky break for me was moving from the one workplace that I started at, where I was there for 9 years as a successful apprentice, a head shopman, and then a business manager. It was like learning my trade again, but you need to take these opportunities with excitement, opportunity, and focus on the things you can learn. So I was very excited about learning more in the small goods area, learning more about the cooking and the connection between the paddock and the plate, attending farm visits, attending industry events where you would see some of the best practice. And today I get to judge some of these things. Not only judge at WorldSkills, but get to judge at the Royal Easter Show and different events. So it's certainly something that's really helped shaped where I think looking at the challenges that are in the industry. When I first started, there was a lot of hard work, no doubt. There was manual handling, but you certainly benefit from these things. One, to make sure your skill level and your knife actions was fantastic, but you also got to showcase what you could produce to your customers. Excellent feeling. And things I like most about the work that I was doing, I think supplying quality products to customers, specifications, providing that correct cooking advice was certainly something special. Customers would return commenting on how good it made them look to their family and friends. And today's about giving those students the skills to succeed in a world that has shifted in skills needs and employers' customers' expectation. Good thing is, in our communities, the butchery is held in high regard. And as one of the oldest trades, we have the capacity and the capability to evolve to customers' demand. We've demonstrated that for many, many years. The top tricks and something you need to excel in the retail butchery area. One is the safety aspect, so looking at the safe, effective knife control. Because the less cuts you make, the more money you make. Safe manual handling. Always think about your safety. Bending the knees, keeping your back straight when you're lifting heavy things. But also be patient when you're learning. Patience is very important to make sure you get that precision and that control. I think precision is very, very important in a lot of trades that you'll see at this year's WorldSkills. But in butchery, you're going to see precision is of the utmost importance. And to build that precision, it comes with our practice, and that knife use is most dominant. I think don't be afraid of feedback either, good or bad, as I mentioned earlier. That feedback helps shape your abilities moving forward. Important things that I had to learn on my own. I think throughout my training, some of the theory aspects was learnt off-site, but the hands-on skills development was a winner for me. Be patient, punctual, be active in your listening, but be prepared to do all tasks, not just the favourite jobs. I think in many trades we get focused on the money areas. We need to focus on everything that builds to that final sale. And in retail butchery, it starts from that basics in the carcass or from a carton. So it's amazing what individuals can do. I think advice to succeed in this field, if you love good food, acquiring artisan skills and the knowledge that comes with that to help the community around you, this is a career for you. I think looking where I've been, the support you get from your workplaces, but most importantly, the relationships you build, it is quite empowering. Also, once you're working, the networking helps to profile people. I think the profiling of yourself and sharing of ideas and remain updated with current trends that are happening across your industry and the industries around you. Because in retail butchery, we're very fortunate. We're in the whole food industry, so we're a part of that. So we're very, very fortunate. Further advice would be find a mentor or a few mentors, set goals, and be prepared to step outside of your comfort zone. I think we need to, in order to succeed, you need to, one, have support, but you need to be able to take that extra step on your own, where you can connect with people. And in today's society, with the amount of events that are held, whether it's by Meat and Livestock Australia, Australian Pork, the many industry competitions that are held across Australia and internationally, online workshops and forums, but it's all about doing your research as well. We have many opportunities around us where you can further increase your knowledge through training, but also through the online presence. I think some of the students that I've seen over many years, that they love the YouTube clips. There's many great things being demonstrated across the globe, and that is something we're very lucky to see and have access to. It's so easy. Now, in building your work relationships, I think most importantly, as individuals, we need to be genuine. You need to have a presence and remain honest. I think you focus on those three things, you will have a great stepping stone to where you need to be. Combine that with active listening and being able to accept feedback and improve from that feedback goes a long way to helping that rapport within your workplace, but also those relationships external to work. I think if you want to keep in touch and grow your network, go online, join LinkedIn, profile yourself, but be present. Go to different events. Let people know who you are. Introduce yourself. Go to external meetings and also celebrate your success. So show people online of the products that you're making. It's quite incredible what we can show the communities that we work and live in. Now, staying ahead of our industry's trends is vital, and I think retail butchery has done this better than most trades. We've had to, otherwise we would not be still surviving. When you think about where we started many years ago to where we are today, and being able to survive and prosper through the COVID period, that shows that we are a trade that is vital for our communities. And looking at the exciting trends that are happening right now, it's about building that ready-to-eat portfolio, having that online presence, that global opportunity, but also you need to make sure you attend industry events. At these events, you're not only there looking at what other people are doing, but you are also building up your own knowledge. To help build that, recommend that you subscribe to industry announcements. The Butchers Guild is a great one, and there's some great resources on the Meat and Livestock website, the Australian Pork, the Australian Meat Industry Council, and when it comes down to training, the Meat Industry National Training Advisory Council. They are very good in some extra resources. So when it comes to trends or tech coming up, we look at, in our butchery, it comes down to a couple of things. One, product viability and your customer satisfaction. If your product's going to be viable and that customer's going to have a great experience, their good news is going to travel. It's going to be a place where people come back and they want to try those products. There's a lot of products being produced, and it's great to see the creativity and also the enthusiasm from the butchers of today. It is very appetising for customers, but most importantly, the presence that people are having in their community. Now, some advice I would give to someone thinking about this skill: make the most of the learning. And it's all about learning an artisan craft, focusing on those customer areas, the paddock to plate thesis, but how can we improve? How can we improve in our sustainable aspect? How can we improve in our packaging? And how can we improve moving forward to make sure that customers are going to keep coming back? I think the lifelong learning piece is a no-brainer. It's where we all do it without doing formal training, but make the most of the training opportunities that are available. I think it's certainly going to help moving forward. Big misunderstandings about our field. I think there's probably many and varied, but one thing I want to make clear is the meat processing is one of the largest industries in Australia, with many job opportunities and career progression. I think looking at where I started as a humble apprentice butcher, now I'm working at TAFE New South Wales. I'm very appreciative of the journey, but demonstrates with hard work and commitment these jobs and other jobs throughout the industry are certainly achievable. The hands-on experience that you gain from an apprenticeship is key to any success. I think if you've got the hands-on ability at a young age, transferring those hands-on skills to an industry where you're going to benefit from that knife control, the customer service, the ability to connect, I think that is certainly going to be an excellent pathway to a qualified tradesperson. I think back when I started, I think if there's something that I knew first before I commenced, it would have been about knowing more about further career opportunities, where those career opportunities may have come faster, but given my learnings that I've picked up, I wouldn't change a thing. I've really loved the trade that I'm in, and I'm very fortunate that I'm in a position where I can assist others. Now, if I'm looking at hiring or mentoring someone, what do I look for? One, I look for qualifications. So if I'm looking for someone leaving school, I'm looking for their achievements at school. I'm looking for the passion they have for the industry. If they're someone that's finished their trade and they're looking at a different career path, and backing up through references about their demonstrated skills and knowledge and how they're going to be transferable to the task required for the new job. I think it's very important as you go through your journey, complete your piece of paper, and as I said before, celebrate your success. Those successes, sometimes we don't celebrate those enough, and they go a long way to building your next step or your passion, where you're going next. I think the biggest lesson I've learned so far, working a job you love builds success, and it really doesn't feel like hard work at all. It's about finding that love between, and for me, that love of meat and the meat appreciation. It is certainly at the top of my list. Retail butchery has changed over the years with a major customer focus, and I think we've seen that more recently through the COVID period, and prior to that also with the paddock to plate thesis. In the industry, we're future focused. Our butchers today are smarter working with rotating rosters, and there is less manual handling, so it's something we've seen a bit of a shift in the industry where there's not only male dominance, there's more females entering our trade as well, which is great to see because they bring extra creativity, and it's great to see young females of all ages joining in. It's excellent. Now, my goals, they pretty much stayed the same. I think don't make the goals unachievable, but I think a main goal for me is always be the same. Treat people with respect to gain respect, and never stop learning and practicing. It's the practicing of the skills that we get that help us shape us into quality sought-after tradespeople. So, as I mentioned earlier, the goals, don't set them too big. Set your goals small and celebrate those successes along the way, and have it validated by your mentor. The next step in my career, I'm looking to apply to be a TAFE New South Wales team leader, looking after food and science, including meat processing across New South Wales. In this role, I'll have a greater reach of influencing the retail butchery across the state, where I can help bring passion to these teaching teams, or join their passion because they have it. But it'll be great to be guiding these teams, ensuring that our training is right in tune with where industry is today, but most importantly where we need to be for tomorrow. And I think one day when I retire, which hopefully not for many years, people will remember me as someone that's passionate, a skillful leader in the meat industry, and a person who has helped to shape the future of the trade. And it's something that I'm very proud that I am a butcher, always will be a butcher, and the future of the industry is in really good hands with the apprentices that I see today, and the 8 young people that you're going to see at the 2025 WorldSkills Championships in Brisbane. Can't wait for it. Thank you. Feeling nervous, mate?
Oh, hell yeah. This is like the biggest moment of my life right here.
I can even smile and look at the crowd. We might have record this in. Oh, that clock's not going quick enough. Yeah. Wow. Bad luck, Ed.
Okay, with a time of 1:03.07 to beat from New South Wales. Gee, it's a good battle, isn't it? New South Wales versus Queensland. Okay, on your marks, get set, go. This makes some noise for Queensland.
Nearly there. Go, Lewis. Nearly there.
On your marks, get set, go. Let's make some noise for Queensland.
Nearly there.
Well done, Daniel. Okay, now 2025 Devro Sausage Speed Test Champion from New South Wales, Tyler Walters. Well, thank you everybody.
Thank you for your support of these competitors. They've worked very hard over the last 3 days. They've still got an hour and 15 to go to finalise their booth, and it'd be really good to have their windows appreciated.
Hi, my name is Scott O'Donnell. I will be the Chief Judge for the plastering and drywall competition at Brisbane this year. We'll start by discussing what the competitors are doing over the 3 days. So the competitors at this year's competition will be building a structure over 3 days. In total, it's going to be 18 hours, and it's quite a stressful project, but they have been given time to practice it. So it is not it's a continuous plan where they start from the beginning and they have 18 hours to finish the project, and every competitor will have a different way of building their project plan. So it's going to be quite interesting to watch how each of the competitors attack their project or plan that they will be building. So each competitor will obviously have their own. They would have practiced their project, and they will have their own set ways and ideas on how they're going to be able to complete the project within the allotted time. And the pressure in this will come from each competitor will be watching the other competitors and how they're building, and may start to get nervous if some people are ahead or they're falling behind and so on. So it's going to be interesting to watch and see how all the competitors go under pressure and see if the quality is what they are expecting of themselves. My first introduction into the plastering industry was probably when I was about 8 years old. I was probably not interested as much in plastering in general. I was just happy and interested in working with my hands and doing stuff. I just like building stuff, as most kids do. So that's how I sort of got interested in, not so much plastering, but in a career in construction or doing something like that. It was my uncle who originally got me into the plastering side of it, because he was a plasterer, and I just ended up, when I was early teenage years, used to go to work with him and just play around, and it was more for fun. But eventually, over time, that sort of turned into a job and an apprenticeship. I've thought about doing other things in life. I've been a plasterer for 30 years now, and I've sort of started to get to the time where my body is not allowing me to be as mobile as I would like. So I have thought about doing other things, and quite recently I was fortunate enough to become a plastering teacher, which has been fantastic. I like to try and pass on the skills that I've learned over the time and pass them on to younger people. Changing this direction has had plenty of challenges. Like I'm not very good in the classroom. I feel I'm not very good in the classroom as getting my point across to students as what I would like. But at the end, I seem to be able to pass on skills quite well, and they seem to pick up a lot from me. So I don't know if that's me or just them, but it's pretty good so far. I think being a plasterer, you need to be quite creative and patient, because it's more of an art form, plastering, compared to a lot of other trades. I think there's a bit of, not creativity, but you need to have a little bit of eye for detail, and you've got to be able to, because it's a finished product, it's a finishing trade, so it's a finished product is what everyone gets to see. So there's a little bit of, there's a bit of care and stuff involved in your work, and so the finished product comes up well. As I said before, I started an apprenticeship in plastering, and I was quite fortunate to get that apprenticeship. Back in when I started, there wasn't much work around at the time. So when I got an apprenticeship as a plasterer, I took it with both hands and loved it. In high school, all the electives that I chose were all around hands-on stuff. I did metalwork, I did carpentry and all that type of stuff, because that's what I like doing. I wasn't more of an arty person or anything like that, or a business person. I just wanted to be working with my hands. If I could go back in time, I would probably wish I would still like to be a plasterer, but I wish I had more time to emphasise the business side of being a plasterer and running a business, because I think I lacked in that area. I think it's something very important for younger apprentices to do, and head down that avenue if they could and want to run their own business. Being a teacher now of the apprentices, try and help me. It's actually them that help me keep up with new things that are happening in the industry. There's all new tools and products coming through that I've never had the opportunity to use when I was as an apprentice or even as a tradesman, but now there's new tools coming through that the apprentices, they have to show me how to use these tools, which is quite interesting, and I get a different perspective from my side compared to their side. Like I said before, if someone else wanted to get into this industry, I think first of all they have to be ready to work hard and be patient. Plastering is a skill that takes more than just the 4 years of apprenticeship before you become really good at it. To me, I think it probably took me 10 good years until I found out I was probably ready to call myself a tradesman. And back to what I said before, I think if you could run a business at the same time and be successful and good at your plastering, you could be you can go anywhere. Yeah, my first job in this was an apprentice. Although what I learned from that, it was you get told a lot what to do, and you're sort of restricted in what you can learn by what you've been asked to do. So over time, depending on how your skills progress, the quicker you progress, the more things you get to do, and more variety in the work that you're doing as a plasterer. It's not just plastering and patching holes. There's more to it than that, but it's better you get at it, the more opportunity you get to do different things. I've had some great, to be honest, in my career, I've been very fortunate with the people I've worked with. I've just by chance met up with one of the best plasterers I've ever come across, and just been lucky enough to learn the arts of him. And it's looking back, I just think it's one of those times where you think just right time, right place, and everything has worked out perfect. That's in my plastering career. And now that I've become a teacher, the same thing happened. It was just the right time, right place. And my original tech teacher approached me about him retiring and asked me if I would like to take over his position as a tech teacher. So he thought I had the skills and the knowledge to best take over his position. After becoming the new tech teacher, after I got the fortunate break, I've really had to. It's quite a big career change. It's more about trying to learn the behaviours and idiosyncrasies of the students. So a lot of them are quite nervous. The main thing I had to learn really quickly was how to try and build up a relationship with each student as they come through, and every single one of them is quite different. Their skill levels are different. They're taught from different people. So I needed to be able to get on top of that really quick. But things I've learned since then is just to be patient and understand when I was their age, I wasn't very good either. So, and it's a slow process, but I feel like I'm getting through very well to them. I think they're learning their skills or learning new skills, which is one of the things I like about the job. Like I can sort of teach them maybe different ways that their employer has taught them, but I'm not trying to change how they're taught things, but I like to try and teach them a different way of doing things if they need to change. I actually love teaching the students new things, and once the thrill they get from learning a new skill that they've never tried before is a great feeling. One of the things I think the apprentices miss out on when they're learning is just going to work, doing their job and coming home. I think if any opportunity comes up where they can do extra work or just do extra things on the weekends or even around the house or just even other trades, not so much the trade that they're in or the apprenticeship that they're in, that they can learn other building and any other skills in there relevant sort of to plastering is a massive advantage for them moving forward. Also, another thing I think is really good for these students is networking within themselves, because I remember when I was an apprentice, like I still have lifelong friendships with apprentices that I've worked with, or students that I was in class with as an apprentice, and I think that goes through everything in life. You can build networks through the people you know, and it can take you everywhere. Like I said, I ended up being fortunate enough to become a tech teacher just through relationships and networking and continuing friendships and relationships through my people who I've known through my career has helped. I think it's really important to keep in touch with your people you've worked with over the years too, because you just never know when an opportunity might come to need or get advice off these people. I've got friends all over the country that I sort of speak to, and they all have they're all doing things slightly different, and it's a great opportunity just to continue friendships and to potentially learn how other areas in the country are doing things differently, and even potentially if you ever wanted to move away, there's an opportunity of working or plastering in different states if you need, your life is heading that way and you need a change or like to move somewhere warm. Back to talking about learning things off the apprentices and stuff like that, and learning new tools and new techniques off the students. We sometimes sit in the classroom when there's nothing to do or we're just waiting for stuff to dry. We sit in the classroom and we turn on the internet and put on Pinterest, and we go through all different types of. We'll just putting plastering into Pinterest and see what comes up, and we try and pinpoint things that trends that are sort of coming through that we think are going to be exciting that we can try and learn in the classrooms and stuff like that. Sometimes we do group projects where we find something off Pinterest and then we try and replicate it and build something very similar, just to get the guys creative, and they enjoy doing it more just doing your standard plastering stuff. So that's a really good part of trying to stay ahead of the trends as well. And also I sit at home sometimes. I sort of watch the block sometimes just to watch what the trends are just in building in general and new houses and stuff like that. And if I can try and incorporate some of those trends such as curved walls and stuff like that, and even Venetian plastering, which I haven't really got into yet at the moment, but I see the curves and all that stuff are quite popular, so I try and incorporate that into my curriculum, and the apprentices seem to get a great kick out of doing something different like that, and something they could see on the block, all those types of shows that are quite popular and people watch. Yeah, as I said, I try and watch Pinterest. Look at Pinterest, that's where I get most of my inspiration from for my plastering, because it's not only just Australia that has plastering, other parts of the world have plastering. They do it, they're slightly different, and it's quite an eye-opener too when you think you're sort of stuck in Australia and we're the only people that do it, but it's all over the world, and it's probably more impressive what they do in overseas in plastering. So it's inspiring, but it's interesting at the same time. Starting out as a plasterer, it's a pretty boring job, but you got to, like, it's one of those trades you can work by yourself. If you're a quiet person, you can be a plasterer and just do your own thing and work quietly, work indoors. You don't have to. You're not affected by weather and stuff like that. It's indoors. You're not getting affected by the sun. It's nice and quiet, dry, out of the wind. Plasterers in general, over time, they've been you sort of get undervalued. Some people just think we're just plasterers, we just patch holes and stuff on walls, but a bit of a misunderstanding is that some of them they can be quite sought after. Good plasterers are really, really hard to find. So the bad plasterers, they're everywhere, but the good plasterers are the ones that take pride in their work. Nothing beats hands-on experience as a plasterer. Like I said earlier in my talk, it's more about. There's one thing it could take years and years and years and years, upwards of 10 years before you've got your skills down to an art. Most apprentices can do just the basic stuff like walls and ceilings, but when it comes to the intricate stuff and really having a good eye for detail, it takes years and years and years to refine your skills where it becomes and then it becomes enjoyable. You have confidence to attempt different things and try different things and have the confidence to be able to do it and make your customers or clients happy.
stand where they're doing all the weight then? Oh, okay.
This is how you make great happen. Get your hands on the latest tech, tools, techniques. Practical, professional, in purpose-built facilities. Work with industry-connected teachers who know your name and their stuff. Get job ready with the skills employers want. The skills you need for jobs going now. Study your way. On, off campus. Full-time, part-time. And open up your options. With over 500 courses across 50 campuses. So what are you waiting for? Make great happen at TAFE Queensland.
Apprenticeships work for hands-on people like you. People who enjoy rolling their sleeves up and getting things done. For all of us who are keen to get involved and work hard. And for anyone who wants to learn a trade they can rely on for life. Find out more at qld.gov.au/apprenticeships or call 1800 210 210 today. Because apprenticeships work for everyone.
This is how you make great happen. Do it hands-on, purpose-built, industry-connected your way. And get job ready with the skills employers want. So what are you waiting for? Apply now at TAFE Queensland.
Australia.